how we live our daily lives. Today, we also face a mental health pandemic that threatens our well-being as we attempt to rebuild our social networks and communities.
The pandemic has reminded us to value family, community, and our human connections. However, it has also left many of us feeling more isolated, confused, and alone, struggling to find meaning amid loss and uncertainty.
Today, 1 in 5 Americans experience emotional and mental health challenges, but many of us do not understand what we are facing or know how to ask for help.
At the American Psychiatric Association Foundation, we understand what you are going through, and we are here to help. Our vision is to build a mentally healthy nation for all. We work every day to eliminate stigma, combat mental illness and substance use disorders, and advance mental health. If you or someone you love needs help, you are not alone. Please visit mentallyhealthynation.org to learn more.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Is that the guy who used to work for the Mets?
That is Steve Phillips.
Phillips? He was on ESPN before that, right?
He was.
Didn't he get fired like in disgrace?
Look at you. You know baseball.
Yeah.
Many are saying, well, I thought it was like something really bad there.
It was something.
But it's obviously not bad enough that he can still work on television.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been on MLB, and
I think he was a pretty horrible GM, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he didn't have the best time.
That's something. There was something
But then
weird.
again, you could make the argument that every Mets GM since
True.
the late 80s had a bad run.
Yes.
Wasn't one of them
harassment
actively
allegations
helping his players with cocaine? Was that the Mets?
Probably it was the 80s.
Was the Mets the one in the 80s that had a bunch of coke?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They were known for it.
I listened to a podcast and it was about their drug dealer, the Mets drug dealer.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what else happened in the 80s to the Mets? Josh?
They won the World Series in
Yeah, and what
1986. Behind the bag.
There we go.
Yep.
He got through Buckner.
And then
here came night, and then the Mets won it, and then they won again the next day.
And then Dwight Gooden didn't make the parade because he was coked out of his mind.
He was behind the bag.
Didn't Game 7 then get rain delayed, or did
Yes.
Game 6 get rain delayed?
No.
Was he behind
Game
the bag
7
or
was
deep
supposed to
in the
be
bag?
on Sunday night,
And then it was a Monday?
and then it got moved to Monday.
And people forget
And
the Red Sox got off to an early lead in
they
that
did.
game.
And the Giants were playing Monday Night Football, and it's one of the last times that baseball outrated football.
Oh, those are the olden
Wow.
times.
Definitely the olden times.
Remember when Sunday Night Football used to take off Sunday Night Football for the World Series?
Mhm.
I hated those days. Like, I want to watch football, and I got to watch
Would
World
never
Series.
happen.
No.
Would
Yeah.
never happen.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Well, it's why they don't play Sundays usually in the World Series anymore.
Yeah, they usually just skip over it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Usually. Now, maybe trying to remember. Did last year's World
I thought
Series
they
have
played-
a game on
So they
Sunday?
usually do the first 2 days are like a Friday, Saturday, or
Yeah.
a Monday, Tuesday.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Is this true?
I think so.
Let's see.
Because they go
Now
back
the
to back
Cubs,
for games 1
the
and
Cubs game
They played on a Sunday.
5 was a Sunday.
You went to it on a Sunday, yeah.
No, went to it on Saturday and then drove all the way home.
Game 5 was the
and then
Sunday.
Game 5 happened on Sunday.
All right, last year the World Series started on the 28th of October, which was a Friday. Wow, I did not remember that.
Didn't the Royals clinch on a Sunday?
They did.
It was a Sunday
night.
night.
Yeah, because I was driving back from a Cowboys game
It was a 13-inning baseball game.
that has the weirdest final score of a 13-inning game that you could ever
I
imagine.
believe it was 7 to or
What, 8.3 to 2.6?
It was like 7-2 or something, but it was in a
because
lot.
they got a whole bunch of runs in the 13th.
It was so weird because it was just very anticlimactic. I was like, all right, well, this one's. You were probably very happy though.
I was very happy, Josh. Thank you
Nice.
for reminding me.
That's awesome. Remember the Royals?
That was when the Mets were in the World Series too. Josh, big
That's true.
Mets guy, Mets historian.
Well, I do know a little bit about '86. I was a
2015.
Red Sox fan for a little bit. Yeah.
You weren't alive in 86.
No, but I researched them when I became a fan. I was like, oh, my people.
When you
Josh
wanted to
did his
say
own
behind the
research.
bag.
Yeah, behind the bag.
That was back when Boston was not annoying.
That's true.
Remember in 04, we
Pre-annoying
were all
Boston.
like, wow,
Now,
good for
those were the old
Boston and winning the World Series.
Yeah.
And then we started hating them almost
That was a horrible
overnight.
That
Yeah.
was horrible.
Yeah.
Greatest mistake of all of our lives.
Now, the good news
Adam
is they did
Vinatieri's
beat the
fault.
Cardinals, so that was the good news.
That was awesome.
very nice. Yeah.
But
I was okay. I was okay with them sweeping that World Series. The rest of them, nope.
I wanted that. Well, I was still a fan in 07, so I wanted them to beat the Rockies.
You wanted them to beat Rocktober?
Boo.
Go Red Sox. I was like,
Everybody wanted Rocktober to
Jonathan
win.
Papelbon.
That's the last time they were good.
They
Why
were,
didn't you
no, they
just
were
let 'em
super annoying by then already.
Remember
Yeah,
Papelbon?
they were. Yeah,
I
oh,
do
yeah.
That
remember Papelbon.
that guy was annoying as hell.
That guy looked like
Super annoying.
that guy looked like a Boston bro.
Did they
He
beat?
just looked like a Boston bro.
Did they beat the? Did they beat the Cardinals again in 2013?
They beat the Dodgers.
No, that was 18.
Oh. Yeah, it was the Cardinals again.
Yeah, they beat the Cardinals. So that was nice again. Down go the
Right?
Cardinals. Pretty sure they did.
2013 World Series. Behind
That one
the
was cool because
bag.
they won at Fenway. And it was like, oh, they got to win at Fenway.
I don't remember
I
the
don't
2013.
remember.
They beat the Cardinals 4-2.
Okay. God, I don't remember
That was the one. That was the playoffs where they were playing the Tigers. See, random baseball crap in my head. And Ortiz hit a home run. And who was the player who played for like the Twins back in the day, but then played for the Tigers? He hit some home runs. He like had a catch in an All-Star game one time. Either way, he like tried
Torrey
to catch,
Hunter?
That's the guy.
Yeah.
He tried to catch the ball over the wall. He didn't, but he fell over. And then there's the cop.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, yeah.
Nice. Good one, Josh.
Yeah, remember that?
Yes.
Remember all these baseball moments?
2013.
I'm glad you're ready for today because we're going to spend 4 hours on the trade deadline.
Trade deadline.
Can we save it for tomorrow? Fairness tomorrow. Let's just save all the baseball for tomorrow.
Well, but the trades are happening today.
Right
we
now.
could recap tomorrow.
Josh, your thoughts on Justin Verlander going back to the Astros?
Well, there were some things said off the air that I won't say on the air, but they made me laugh. So those are some of my thoughts. He has a huge ass. That's my take on Verlander.
He's got big legs.
Giant ass.
Yeah.
Well,
Ass
Brett
like a
Bielema would
horse.
love him.
that's why he's
Incredible
got the
ass.
perfect mate.
Yin and yang.
Yep. One's got a huge ass and the other is
Well,
Kate Upton.
Yeah.
Kate Upton.
she's
That
a
is
nice lady.
She is a nice lady.
His wife.
His wife.
How many teams has he played
Remember
for now?
Titanic?
The movie?
Verlander. So
Yeah.
Detroit,
Detroit?
Houston, New York, Houston, right? Am I missing a team?
I think that would be it for old Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
Justin V.
Justin V.
I got Kate Upton and Kate Winslet confused with each other.
Okay,
just then.
I was-
That's
Yeah,
what
why'd you
happened.
say that?
Because I got them confused.
I
for a
mean, they're
second.
both
No
they're
worries.
both very nice ladies.
Kate
both
Upton's
named
from
Kate.
America, if I remember
Yes.
right.
Kate
Kate
Upton is a
Winslet.
nicer lady.
Kate Winslet, not from America.
She not?
No, she's from Foggy London town. She's from England, I think.
Yes.
And she
Yeah.
talks like she's from Philadelphia on that one show.
Great show. Water.
Oh, Reading. She's from Reading,
Reading.
the UK.
Nice.
Not
The
Reading,
hell is-
Pennsylvania.
That's a show that I recommend to everybody. If they're looking for something, if you're looking for something in the final month before football,
Mayor of Easttown?
Mayor of Easttown, 7 episodes.
I barely even remember it except for her accent.
Murder mystery.
It was a great it was a great show.
Yeah. So I recommend that. If you're looking for something to watch, that said, Winning Time is going to be back very, very soon.
It's true.
I'm excited for
So
that.
It's like
So-
this weekend, isn't it?
Is it this weekend already?
Or is it?
I thought it was next weekend. I don't know.
I think it's next week. It's the 9th, right?
Wow. Nice memory, Nick. Is it? Yep. No, 6th.
Nah.
That's this weekend, Josh.
Holy crap.
That's Sunday.
Well, the
Awesome.
9th.
Yeah, it
is
wouldn't be
just
the
a
9th. That would
6th
be a
put upside down.
Wednesday.
That would
Yeah.
be weird.
Yeah, that'd be odd. Awesome.
Sunday night TV is back.
Thank God.
That's great news.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute. I thought we were on strike.
No.
People were on strike.
Well, they are, but we're still watching.
Well, this stuff has already been written.
Yeah, and
Oh,
filmed
okay.
and
Filmed.
edited.
I didn't know we were getting any new stuff.
We should go on strike.
It's been in the can.
Us?
Yes.
From the Grum?
From the
I'm going on strike from Big Red Overreaction. You heard it here first.
Wow.
Yep. Everyone else do it, and then John will get to do all the episodes.
John
No,
loves Big Red Overreaction.
I won't be doing all.
He
the
loves hearing
episodes.
from the most important voice of all.
The fans.
Not really.
Yours.
Not really.
Hmm.
No.
Hmm.
By the way, Rich Hill got traded today.
He did again.
So
I believe he's.
I am
we
counting
counted
his
earlier.
teams:
I think it's 11.
Cubs, Orioles, Red Sox, Cleveland,
Back to the Red Sox.
Angels. No, I'm going in order here. Yankees, then back to the Red Sox.
Does this count or does this
Does not count.
Okay.
It means it's not a different team.
Okay, 6.
Athletics, Dodgers, Twins, Rays.
Wait, who is this?
Mets.
Rich Hill.
Back to the Red Sox for a third tour. Pirates, Padres. This is team number 13.
Hell yeah.
And that
He's
doesn't include
43 years
three
old.
tours of duty in Boston. He started with the Cubs.
That's
So
a
they would
lot
be
of
a good-
teams.
Rich Hill would be a very good answer on the Immaculate Grid.
Yes, I need to remember this. I have
Oh,
still
good
not
call.
completed an immaculate grid, and it frustrates me to no
I think
end.
I got 7 one time on the
Very
baseball one.
When in doubt, pick Rich Hill.
Yeah.
Have you guys done the football one?
Yeah, I have, and I'm not very. I've just realized I'm not very good at remembering how many different teams
Same.
players have played.
That's
for.
kind of a thing in football where they go and play for different teams.
Right.
You know, in baseball, it's not as much. even
Yeah.
though it is. But
I mean, basically, your best hopes are usually a journeyman backup quarterback,
Yes.
a kicker or punter, and a defensive back.
yeah.
Because those guys are constantly moving around.
In baseball, it's relievers. You just have
Yeah.
to remember
Yeah.
relievers really well.
The
Or
annoying
Rich Hill.
The annoying
Rich Hill.
the annoying part is when you like have the vision of who the guy is and you just can't remember his
Yes.
name. Okay, I just remembered. Okay, who I was.
I had to
thinking
cheat on one of. I did not cheat, but I had to look it up. On one.
Sometimes you
but-
look for confirmation.
Yeah,
That works.
I didn't realize this yesterday, but they had the Cubs were in one of the squares, and it was 3,000 hits. And man, there's only been 3 Cubs that have had 3,000 hits.
Wow.
And 2 of them didn't play their whole career with the Cubs.
Who are they, John?
Lou Brock is one,
of. Damn it!
and
it's
I'm
playing-
trying to remember.
It's
who
playing
the
grid,
others
so
were.
I don't know if you guys have played yet today, so I don't want to spoil it.
Is it football grid or
Yeah, I'm
baseball?
doing football grid.
I
and
don't care about that.
Okay, you okay if I spoil it a little bit?
Go for it.
All right, so it was Broncos 1,000-yard rusher, and I didn't want to do Terrell Davis because, duh. I thought it was Orlandis Gary, and so I kept typing ORL, but it's Olandis Gary.
Olandis
Oh,
Gary.
And so, because I always like to have it with as low of a percentage as possible.
that's- yeah.
It's very fun to pick someone that no one.
Oh,
else
I'm trying to
does.
think who would be a good obscure. I'm trying to think back in my memory banks. Bobby Humphrey.
Bobby Humphrey.
Bobby Humphrey.
Well, I already got Davis.
Oh, you did.
Andy Janovich was an answer for Broncos and Browns. I
Oh,
was
nice.
2%.
Nice.
Probably all Husker
You're
fans.
probably one of 2 people.
Yeah.
Entirely. Yes.
so
You mean
I'll,
2% got that? I figured it'd be
2%
like
said I'm seriously. I bet it was
0.2%.
all Husker
It
people.
probably was.
Oh, I
yeah.
remember him, GBR.
Yeah, good
Remember
point.
that time he had the
That's
touchdown?
actually that's another one too. Is try to
Wisconsin.
remember former Huskers and see how many teams they.
I mean,
Oh, that's a good
you
call.
could probably cover a lot of it on the NFL grid.
Yeah, that's true.
What are some other combos that
Okay, well, just a sec. I want to. Oh, was
we
it
come up
that
with a
one?
Husker for all of them?
No, okay, so it was Panthers and Bears.
Panthers, Bears. Did Mike Minter
Mike
play for
Mint?
both?
No, you're thinking Ralph. You're thinking
He's thinking of Mike Brown
You're
and Mike
thinking Mike
Minter
Brown and Mike
if they were the
Minter,
same
yeah.
person.
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
didn't Minter play
Well,
his
Mike
whole
Rucker.
career?
Did Mike Rucker play for? Mike Rucker played for the Panthers.
Well, I already wrote
I
down
don't-
somebody.
I
and
don't think he played for the Bears though.
I wrote
Yeah.
down somebody, and I got 17%. Musin Muhammad. He
Mm,
played.
Musin
People
Muhammad.
forget he played for both.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mike Rucker, he played for just the Panthers.
Yes, the Panthers.
Interesting. Yeah, the other guy I was trying to think of was Shady McCoy. I was like, what was his first name? And it was LaShawn.
LaShawn.
Is LaShawn. I don't think he's passed yet.
No, he's alive.
Not
He's
yet.
still spoiling Avengers movies.
What? Is that what he is that still his bit on the internet?
No, it's just his bit that one time. But
Was it which one was it? Was it Endgame?
in game? Yes.
Wow. That was a tough look.
He said.
Shady, come on,
I still
bro.
feel weird about saying it over the air, but he
Now, in fairness,
4 years
in
old now,
fairness, the movie is called Endgame.
he tweeted. He tweeted.
Something's
Yeah,
coming
what
to
did
an
he
end.
say?
Before anybody had seen it yet. He had like a special screening, and he goes, "R.I.P. to my man Tony Stark." and people were like so pissed. He like lost endorsement deals.
I would have
over it.
been livid
Yeah.
if I would have gone into the movie knowing that was going to happen. Even though I thought it was going to happen, I would have been pissed. Oh, I would have been so mad.
That's funny.
That's hilarious,
It
though.
was funny.
Was Endgame the last true monoculture our society had?
I don't know. Barbenheimer the last couple
That's
weekends
true.
has been pretty cool.
Barbenheimer was pretty good. Although there were still people where
Top
I'm
Gun
like,
Maverick.
you want to do
That
the,
was so much fun.
I'm like, are you going to do the Barbenheimer? And people are like, what's Barbenheimer? Like,
Yeah,
there was
you
some
are very
questions about it.
You are very
Yeah.
online. Endgame was pretty fun. That was pretty cool.
Endgame was cool. I got a seat opening night. It was great.
Same.
I did.
Yeah, when opening night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Didn't see it.
I laughed, I cried.
Tony Stark died.
Damn.
Spoilers.
Damn.
It's
Come
4
on,
years.
Shady McCoy.
4 years are in the
Thanks,
ring.
Shady.
Peterson.
Thanks, Shady.
By the way, I assume that this is real. I don't ever participate in the Reddit CFB Twitter account.
Oh God.
But
Funny
they
account.
they did tweet Pete Thamel reports on SportsCenter. So I assume that this is true because I read the whole tweet and it seems above board.
We're watching baseball SportsCenter.
Yeah, I should turn on an actual SportsCenter just in case realignment stuff happens. Pete Thamel reports on SportsCenter. The Pac-12 today reviewed the terms of the Apple deal that would be primarily streaming. Thamel mentions with potential subscriptions could surpass Big 12 revenue number, first reported by Jason Scheer. That's that Arizona guy. Would likely take massive amount of subscribers to come close to Big 12 revenue.
Oh, see you later.
Yeah.
Oh, so it would be tied to subscribers?
Yeah, you have to get subs.
Goodbye, Pac-12.
Use code Pac-12 today.
Wait,
Why
so
doesn't the Pac-12 just use Facebook Live?
Oh, great call.
that's never been a deal though before. It's not like Amazon. It's not like Amazon said, "Well, NFL, we're going to pay you this much if you can get us this many
Yeah,
subscribers."
that's because the NFL's valuable.
No, I know, but that's a first, isn't it?
Yes. This is brand new.
It just
This
shows
is-
you how much nobody wants to pay for the Pac-12.
Yeah,
Wow.
especially with that USC, UCLA,
And Coach Prime.
and Coach Prime.
Some dude has to have a Twitch channel he could just like loan out to him, right?
Yeah.
Some dude's Twitch
They
channel.
can- they
Here
can
you go.
Pretty
See,
much how
like,
you're
the
going to get
Zoe-
Oregon State football these days. I'm guessing.
By the way, Thamel's now tweeted the primary deal presented to Pac-12 executives and ADs today was primarily Apple's streaming deal. The deal would have incentivized tiers, which would give it strong upside if certain subscription numbers are met. No decisions on the deal or any schools pondering other options are expected immediately. Campus leaders are digesting the possibilities, blah, blah, blah.
Well, at least
So it's true.
there is something. Great
yeah,
job.
there's something, but man,
This is what I said, though, the whole time. The reason why they're not announcing it is because they know that when they do announce it, everybody's going to say it's horrible and
Yes.
then leave the league.
yes, that's true.
That's why they haven't done it yet.
That's true. So this isn't, I mean, yes, there's the potential there. I mean, you're betting on yourself. You're betting on yourself that your fan base and the fan bases of the other 8 schools that are left, plus any other school that might want to come in, will be able to sell enough subscriptions.
Yikes.
This, I mean, if anything, this would, now I don't know what all the other terms of the deal is. This would seem to, at least to me, if I were the Pac-12, I would then just start throwing out blanket invitations. SMU,
Sure.
Rice, San Diego
Nebraska.
State,
Yes.
just
to the
start
Pac-12.
blanketing people with invitations. And if you,
Wyoming.
and
Come
then,
on.
Wyoming.
then there's a chance maybe you could hit those numbers, but I don't know if the deal is.
So do the individual, I'm sure you don't know the answer, but like, do the individual schools get, like if they hit their streaming numbers, does that mean more revenue for each school?
That would be interesting.
Oh, instead of like the conference as a whole.
Yes.
Right.
Mm,
Well, I thought I read somewhere, didn't they read some
that's interesting.
that
That's an
the
interesting idea.
Pac-12, the one thing they said they were going to do is unequal revenue sharing.
Is that what they're going to do?
I thought
for like
there
the
was,
Oregon and Washington.
I thought there was.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't
It-
surprise me if
Use
there would be an
code
incentive.
Oregon 12.
It would be would actually. But
You know what they ought to do?
not so enticing for anyone else.
Here's what Nebraska could do. Because the conference, kind of messed up on the whole TV schedule. They should spin off volleyball. Say volleyball's going to join the Pac-12, and then they could drive up the Apple subscription. Because Nebraska volleyball fan. Okay, I'll buy it.
It'd be the best
Signing
entity in the Pac-12.
Aaron texts
Nebraska
in,
volleyball.
but for real, you think Cal or Stanford are going to get any subscriptions?
My
They
God.
can't get people to go to the damn stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
signing
there's-
up to watch Cal football because I'm a sicko.
Yeah, there is no way anyone's signing up for that.
Wow.
Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, Washington State.
Stanford should just stop football and lean into like the hoity-toity Ivy League sports, like rowing.
Well, they do.
They're
yeah,
going,
how's
yeah.
the
They all
rowing?
do.
They win natties in those sports.
They all
Yeah.
do. That's why old Billy Walton calls it the Conference of Champions, because they've racked up so many titles in these obscure fringe Olympic sports. That's what they're all about. That's what the Pac-12 is all about. Is
Nonsense.
fringe country
But
club.
you said French.
French country club sports.
Mm.
All right. Well, I guess we're pronounce them dead at some point here.
I can't wait. Yeah. We'll actually have to.
Wow.
The conference
Not
will
happy.
die.
Here's another one. Jason Scheer, the guy I just mentioned, the Arizona guy. I don't trust any school president to make the right decision, but, and this is a quote from a source, The deal as it stands now is not good enough for schools with options.
See ya.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's why, because
And that's directly from Arizona.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they're the school that is said to be basically the biggest domino.
yeah.
Yes.
Earlier today, people were like, why are they going to have another meeting? And it's to me, it's obvious that these schools are going to take this information, and now the ones who want to bail are going to bail.
Yeah.
And then there
That's
will be
what it was
no
always
second.
gonna be.
There will be no second meeting because there won't be schools around.
Yeah.
Wow. This is crazy.
Look at the Big 12. The Big 12 looks like geniuses.
They really do.
They do, but I'm telling you, this thing's going to blow up.
It's a nonsensical conference.
It is.
But at least it exists, John.
That's true.
Oh no, I know it exists. Yeah, it exists, but it's only because they cut the line.
Yeah.
They cut the line. They
Yeah,
got
they
their
did.
TV deal first before, and of course that happened before USC and UCLA left.
Yep. But the smart part was getting it worked in, so if they can add other Power Fives, then it doesn't
Right.
take away from other pieces of the pie.
Right. Yeah, I mean they'll be a nice, distant third tier league
Sure.
for a while.
That exists.
That will exist.
That's true. Sometimes it's
as
nice
long-
to
not
survive,
have-
John.
As
Will
long
not
as,
have
long as
UConn
old
and
Larry
San
Scott
Diego State.
2.0 doesn't decide, we should add St. John's. Can we get DePaul basketball in this conference?
Not a bad idea. John, the Chicago market's very valuable. Big time
Yes.
college sports fans.
As one who's, been to many DePaul home games.
Yeah, they love it there.
I don't know if
You can hear each
fact,
fan individually.
I'm pretty, I would feel very confident in saying the combined attendance at every DePaul home game I've been to does not equal yet one Creighton home game.
And you've been to one every year
Every
for
year.
the last 10 years?
Except for the year
Except for
we didn't travel.
COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's out of control.
I feel pretty confident that
They would have to average less than 3,000 people a game.
and that's pretty easy to do.
It's that low.
Oh, it's bad.
Dude, that is depressing.
It's bad. I mean, if it weren't for the Creighton and Marquette fans who make trips when they go in,
Wow.
brutal. But hey, enjoy the Big 12 because old Brett Yormark's going to be on.
Can't wait till the
that.
Big 12 adds UConn and San Diego State to this nonsensical conference.
Wow.
I don't know why they want that so bad.
The Big 12
Because
is just
Brett
gonna start
Yormark's a
absorbing
weirdo.
all of the Missouri Valley Conference at some
He's
point.
definitely a weirdo. They should probably focus their attention on the existing Pac-12 schools that need a home instead of UConn and San Diego State.
Probably a better idea.
Yeah.
Here's my question. So, that Arizona's going to be in, which means Arizona State
Yep.
and Utah are probably going to follow.
They go with.
The four
But what
corner
if
schools.
But what if Oregon and Washington jump in and say, "But we want some too"?
In theory,
Do they bring them all in, or do they
the whole conference?
The Big
Well,
12
not the
would
whole conference.
absolutely do it. Yeah, they would
'Cause
say,
they-
hell yeah.
So then
come
you'd have
on over.
then you'd have 18 teams.
And
Yeah.
doesn't their contract say that all of them would get a full share?
I mean, I
In
assume
theory,
I-
right?
In theory,
in
yeah.
theory. Now I don't know if there's like a limit. If like says, if there's
Must have 16 teams
it's like a
or less.
coupon, limit 4 per customer or whatever. It's like when you get the deal on 12 packs of Coke at
Yeah.
the grocery
You
store.
can only buy so
limit
many.
4 per
You can only
customer.
expand
Right.
so much.
Yeah.
What are the odds of the Pac-12 dying completely, but then a new conference rising from the ashes of all these other schools, like a combination of schools from smaller conferences and what
Yeah.
was left over of the
I
Pac-12?
mean, if the Pac-12 wants to survive, that's what it would be.
They call it the
In-
Phoenix Conference.
In name only, nice.
It
Mike.
wouldn't be a Power 5
Yeah,
league.
no.
See, and that's what they got to try to keep alive is the name, because under contract they can still get into the playoff and all of these.
Yeah.
Because again, that is not the contract is well, it is for right, isn't it for Power 5 schools
Mm-hmm.
and then the best group of 5?
Correct.
Isn't that what it is? Or was it just the best 6
Well, remember, it
conferences?
was the
No,
it
it's
was
the best 6.
It was
Okay.
it was the highest ranked 6 conference
Okay.
champions.
So maybe that's less of an incentive to keep the name alive. Because if it was the former and it was like, yeah, the Power 5 schools, then the Pac-12 would be doing everything it can because it would have a guaranteed slot.
I mean, theoretically, it would still have a chance, but the problem is, even if they try to stay alive without the 4 corners schools and just start picking up scrubs, I mean, that league's not going to be any better than the AAC. It's not going to be better than the Conference USA,
It will be worse than both of those.
Well,
the Sun Belt.
unless Oregon and Washington.
Unless
are
Oregon
still-
and Washington stay, which there's no world where Arizona State, Utah leave, and Oregon
Yeah,
and
they're done.
Washington stay.
They're done. John says, do you think Arizona's already contacted the Big 12 about their intent to join? If you had to bet on it right now.
I would imagine that is close.
Yeah.
Well,
they're
I mean,
on the phone at this exact moment.
Could be.
I mean, if you look at the timeline of how Colorado worked, they technically agreed to them before Colorado agreed to it. You know, because the
That's
regions
true.
met afterwards. But who knows? I mean, all of this, it's all so fluid, and everything is so different than what it used to be. I mean, all the formalities and things that we went through back, 12 years ago with Nebraska,
Yeah, that's true.
a lot of that stuff is out the window now.
Here's the thing. Like, if the Big Ten picks up Oregon and Washington at a discounted rate, does the SEC feel like they need to add and get, Florida State and Clemson?
See, I don't think so, because it doesn't seem like they want Florida State and Clemson. Like, because they already have the state of Florida and they already have the state of South Carolina.
I think as of right now, the Big Ten and the SEC are just, they're both like, hey, look, we don't want to upset the apple cart. We're going to be okay. If Oregon and Washington fall into the Big Ten's lap,
Yeah.
then there's an imbalance.
I guess let me turn it around
Like,
on
it
you
changes.
this way then. Like, what impetus would the SEC have to add? Like, why? Why do they need to
Just
add
to
at that
keep
point?
up?
Yeah,
keep
just
up.
the raw numbers.
The
Or-
numbers, yeah, and
The raw numbers, or are you talking about the money?
Because I guess the money doesn't go up.
I think the answer is yes, because you could envision a world, as weird as it sounds, nothing's out of bounds. Let's say the Big Ten gets a wild hair, they add another network partner, thus they grow the
Big
pie.
Ten does?
Yeah,
They add a streamer probably at that
right.
point, right?
But they have to grow the pie,
Sure.
so that they can bring in the Pacific Northwest schools, and the SEC, let's say, doesn't go after Clemson and Florida State. What would keep the Big Ten from saying, well, those are the two next most valuable brands out there?
And that's been the weird realignment rumor
Especially
all
with
weekend.
Clemson still Clemson and Florida State's on the rise.
It's funny because that would be very valuable for the Big Ten to get into those states.
Right.
Yes.
Get the state of Florida?
Yes.
That'd be massive.
While potentially adding the other West schools as well.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Yeah.
Zach, by the way, who is way into the weeds on realignment stuff, so he would know.
Yes.
Listener Zach.
Yes.
He says the Big 12 full share for additional Power 5 schools only goes up to 14 for Fox and up to 16 for ESPN. So I'm going to trust Zach because he loves this stuff.
What do you mean?
We were joking about, could they just add 2 more and have 18 teams and get the full share? He says that there's a cap on that.
So Fox has a different cap than ESPN.
According to Zach, yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, then that.
Well, what about for the new contract? Because the Big Ten's already going to be at 16.
No, he's talking to Big 12.
Big 12. Did I say Big 10? I meant
Oh,
Big
I'm
12.
Big 12.
Yeah.
So then that would say that then it's a race. Who wants in first? Arizona State, Utah. So if Arizona gets in, that makes 14.
Yep.
And then they don't get anything else added on unless the Big 12 then opens up another deal for a stream.
Well, and remember, the McMurphy report from last week or 2 weeks ago said that they wanted to go up to 16. And if they couldn't get the Pac-12 schools, they would go up to 14 with a group of 5. So I think if they're adding Arizona, they're going to try to add 2 more from the Pac-12.
And those would be the 2. Arizona State and Utah. Wow, this is so much fun. This is late for realignment this year.
Oh, it's
very late. It's August.
We're almost in football mode. I want to talk about position breakdowns. Don't you guys want to talk about some position breakdowns?
John?
Sure.
Left
Absolutely.
guard today on the show, you think?
Yeah, break it down.
It's a position.
I'm okay with realignment. As long as it doesn't happen during the season, which it never would.
Well, it did with Maryland and Rutgers.
Yeah, that's gross.
Oh, yeah.
I
Nobody
think,
cares about that.
and honestly,
Stay away from my season.
honestly, it would not surprise me if, based on how things are going right now, it wouldn't surprise me if, let's say, we'll just say for giggles, Arizona jumps in here this month.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if the others don't jump
Right
in
now.
during the season.
Oh, man.
Would
We
not
don't have any
surprise
time
me.
to talk about that in September.
That's the problem. Yeah, we got to talk about football.
Once September hits, it's all about
I mean,
football. No more NIL.
the
and
September
realignment.
schedule sucks. So
No, John, there's Notre Dame, Ohio State,
Nebraska, Michigan.
Alabama, Texas.
you've just named 3
I'm
games.
planting my flag, by the way. Texas is going to beat Bama this year on the road in Tuscaloosa.
Whoa!
Heard it here first.
Eggs.
I'll put it on the list, Nick.
Yeah, I'd throw eggs at him when Nick Saban curb stomps Texas, who's overrated.
Some people are
You
saying
think-
Texas, Alabama might go 8-4 this year.
Who is saying that, Josh?
Some.
Oh, not you.
Josh
No.
had a fever dream last
I
night.
wouldn't
Josh was listening to his podcasts a little bit too much.
Yeah.
A little too
Triple
fast.
speed.
Oh no.
Calm down, Josh. You still got a month left.
All right, here we go. August 1st, Texas is beating Alabama this season. It is
Wow.
on the list. This is our first list edition.
Now, Josh, you could probably bet that game right now if you wanted to.
I could. What is it on FanDuel? What is the line on the
I
FanDuel
imagine
Sportsbook?
it's
Promo
probably
code
about a touchdown.
1620. Let's see. Games. Every game.
I would guess
7.5.
John?
that's a good pick. I'll go 7.
9.
John is the right guesser. 7 points. The juice favors Texas -118 at the +7.
Wow.
By the way, that was the last list edition, or the first one since July the 12th, when Nick said Ed Orgeron will be Northwestern's next head coach.
Okay, where's the eggs on that one?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get the eggs.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That was a goof one. That was
A goof one.
It was a Hail Mary. It's like
He did
this
it for a
probably won't
tee-hee.
happen, but
you
it would
can't
be hilarious.
make guarantees for a tee-hee.
A prediction isn't a guarantee kind of thing.
Well, we put it on the list. That's
Yeah,
what
if it's on the
is for.
list.
It's literally what it is.
No,
Yeah.
but
It's literally a guarantee.
It's not a
You
bit,
know.
Nick. It's real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's real and
Yeah.
it's
throw eggs at me
spectacular.
then.
It's the
Fine.
one thing
Hell
on this
yeah.
show that is real.
Yes,
Throw
that's true.
eggs at
Everything
me.
else is a bit. This
Well,
is the
we'll
one
line you
thing.
up next to Josh when it's Alabama and Ohio State for the national championship.
People already threw eggs at me. I don't want to have eggs thrown at me again.
Will you acquiesce to eggs being thrown at you if we get Ohio State versus Alabama for the national championship?
Oh, two teams.
Oh.
the
that
Josh Nightmare
hates.
Bowl?
Sure.
Yes! Put it on the list! Roll Tide!
eggs.
Let's go, Bucks!
Go Bucks. Go Bucks.
So if Alabama,
If it's Alabama versus Ohio State
okay,
in the national championship game,
okay,
we get to throw eggs at Josh.
all right, cool.
We'll do it indoors this time so they're not
They were
frozen.
so cold. One of them hit me in the ouch.
Put a cup
Wear,
in.
wear a cup this time.
Well, it was amazing. I mean, it was like Luke Skywalker hitting the target over the Death Star.
Impressive.
It's no
Very-
bigger than a womp rat, John.
Womp rats are huge. Everyone
Which is
knows
interesting.
that.
That's what Josh nicknamed his little guy. Would you like to meet Mr. Womprat?
Mr. Womp Rat.
All right.
Josh, have you heard my prediction? I say Ohio State wins the East this year.
Why would you say that?
That sounds like a great pick.
Why would you say that, Happer?
Because Michigan, I think Michigan and Ohio State, in terms of like the mentality, have flipped. I think Michigan is they're too comfortable. They're too
They
confident.
got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, like
Yeah.
Matt Rule said.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
They got to go to
I think
sell.
Ohio State is angry. I think their defense is going to be very good.
But Ryan Day always loses to Jim Harbaugh.
He doesn't always lose.
Doesn't always lose.
He still has a winning
Since-
record against them.
No, he doesn't.
He's
He's
3-2, isn't he?
He's 1-2 versus Michigan, John.
Oh, that's right, because Harbaugh faked 6, so they didn't play in
they had
2020.
COVID. Don't joke about COVID. People
They had
died.
COVID.
People died.
They had people die.
Not at Michigan.
No, not a bit.
Wow. Ohio State went in the East. Well,
Yep.
normally you're correct, Happer. Not on this one.
Normally, I'm correct.
Well, on baseball stuff, you are at least.
Oh, okay.
Except for when you said to bet the Royals over.
I was very happy with that. yeah.
That one didn't.
Are you
go well.
sure it still might happen?
I guess
Could.
legally it
Could.
They
could.
have like 30 wins already.
All right. Well,
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Maybe tomorrow we'll be talking about Arizona and the Big 12.
Can't wait till we make our national championship picks, and it's Ohio State and Alabama.
Oh, baby.
Exciting.
That ain't happening.
You know what? We'll host the Grum, a special watch party at a bar, and you can throw eggs at Josh at halftime.
Where's the national championship this year? Is it in Phoenix? Can we go? And we have to send Josh?
It should be at like a poultry farm so that Josh can take all the eggs.
Do you think
Nice.
Scott Frost would let us chill at his place?
That'd be nice.
It might have been in Phoenix last year.
No, last year was in SoFi. Remember the
Yeah.
fans were
Oh,
slipping
the
up.
rain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
all
the rain was
And
coming.
Dylan Raiola was there.
It's at the home of this year's Final Four. It's in Houston, Texas, at NRG
Houston.
Stadium or
Hmm.
NRG Media.
We should be there.
We
Should be there.
should.
Josh should be there.
If Scooters can sponsor a bowl, NRG can sponsor a national championship.
Nice.
Agree.
The Nerg Media. And then that means Nerg Live gets to be the halftime show.
Wow.
Wank Williams. It'll be great. America's only Hank Williams tribute group.
Nice.
Wank Williams.
We love them here at NRG.
We do.
We love fake bands.
We do.
Put them on TikTok.
All right, let's get a program started.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Connor.
Bye, Happer.
Be back with more in a minute. 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
The best programs that have the best bond between players, the way you recruited that kid when he was a junior or senior in high school, and the way you treated him and got to know him is the same when he gets on campus, and he's not just a number. Exactly. He's still that same person that you were in mama's front room eating dinner and trying to woo mom and dad or whoever that they could trust you with their son. You develop about a 6-year relationship and then hopefully a relationship for life as a coach.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Working up to a high in the mid-80s today with clouds building in. 20% chance of showers between 4 and 7 p.m. Tonight we'll get to a low of 72 degrees with showers and thunderstorms after 1 a.m. And those will roll into showers and thunderstorms tomorrow morning as well, and mostly clear skies behind that. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Paid for by Maxiderm Labs. Men, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance in the bedroom? If you're a 5, take it to 10. If you're a 10, why not take it up to 15? With Maxiderm Power Surge. Maxiderm's new Power Surge Red Pill makes you more potent than you or your partner ever imagined. It's like going from a sedan to a supercharged high-performance sports car, and it works fast, just minutes. And now you can try it free. Just call 1-800-418-4697. If you thought being a 10 was great in the bedroom, just imagine what a 20 must be like. Experience off-the-scale virility with Maxiderm's new Red Pill Power Surge. You'll never want to go back to being just a 10. Call 1-800-418-4697 now to experience male enhancement supercharged. 1-800-418-4697 for your free trial and ask about our VIP club rewards. Hurry, this offer is limited. Call 1-800-418-4697. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Will the Pac-12 make it to the trade deadline?
Ooh.
They got 2.5 hours.
They'll make it that far, at least.
Plus, not as guest-heavy as yesterday.
Not as guest-heavy.
But still good guests.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Under Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And welcome, everybody, to the Grum. John, Josh, and Nick. 2.5 hours to go in the trade deadline. The Mets giving up everybody now.
Can't wait for Shohei to go to the Rockies.
That would be a bombshell if that
If
happened.
I'm the Pac-12 right now, I'm trying to figure out how to leak that deal just so that people will talk about that instead of them blowing up.
Many are saying.
People forget the Rockies won the series against the Angels, so maybe.
That's true. That's true. They did. Well, let's roll right into it. Let's get into the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Is this the end of the pack? A little more details have come out on this media deal. We can't call it a TV deal anymore.
That's true. A content deal.
It's a content deal.
We love content.
We do.
Husker training camp. The stripes are off.
The stripes are off.
And we'll get more from Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7.
At his new time.
Yes. That's not a permanent new time, is it?
No, it's
It's a August.
Make it permanent.
School his kid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
But no school in session. So Bruntzy will join us this hour, and then Mitch
is-
Holtis with a Chiefs training camp report.
It is not.
We'll hear from Patrick Mahomes today.
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes
all right.
will be involved.
He's good.
Plus some reverse trash talk between the Broncos and the Chiefs.
Reverse trash talk.
It's really odd. We'll explain.
Okay. I was going to have an example, but that's fine.
Well, give us an example. I'll see if you're right.
I think you're really cool, and I think your fan base is loyal after all these years of being bad.
You're not that far off.
Nice.
You're not that far
I almost
off.
said sucking, but that seemed too harsh for reverse trash talk.
Yeah, I've kind of sucked though. It would have fit.
Let's ride.
Now that Verlander's gone, it's hard to think that there might be a bigger name that's going to be traded today in the last 2.5 hours. But if there is, of course, we'll let you know. Trade deadline's at 5. At least they got smart. They're now pushing. It used to be the deadline was at 3.
Yeah.
Now they've pushed it back, so at least you can talk about it a little longer. It pushes.
They're
it
thinking
into
of
prime
us.
time.
They're thinking of content.
Very nice.
Specifically the Grum.
Thank you.
Who are the national title contenders?
Oh,
And a little more detail on Michigan because your boy Harbaugh said something rather interesting last week at Big Ten Media Days.
was it something smart?
Or is it
Well,
problematic?
that'll be. A lot of people think it's rather bold. Others think he might be out of his mind.
Oh,
But
Did he say that they have to adjust to us?
maybe.
we'll find out.
Oh.
Will we have a guest today in 25 teams and 25 Grums?
That's the question.
Maryland is scheduled.
We're scheduled.
Well, they're either happening or they're not.
Pending.
I love that type of confidence from Nick.
Huskers this year riding with inexperience.
The young boys.
And beyond 24, what are we expecting with Matt Rule?
Oh,
Kind of off of our discussion yesterday about Matt Rule being
Matt Rule.
being that guy down in Louisiana who fakes an accent. Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly.
Mr. Gumbo himself.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan of the gun.
When I think of Southern gentlemen, I think of Brian Kelly.
Excuse me, could I have a knife, please? What do you need, sir? A knife for my gumbo. That's not gumbo, sir.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, he thinks every food he gets is this gumbo?
Yeah.
No, that's fried chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can
Is
I
this gumbo? That's pizza, sir.
Can I get that gumbo there for dessert? That's a beignet.
Yeah, it's like how they call everything pop or
Yeah.
everything. They call everything Coke down there.
yeah.
He calls every food gumbo.
Yeah.
Could I have some of that gumbo? We'll come do like the fries. All right. Thanks, Brian.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees, the Source hotline. You can also text on that line as well. You can send us a email, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first string. And we have, in addition to our current ongoing poll question, which, by the way, we did bust through the cap. So
Hell
Elon
yes.
lifted our caps.
Thank you very much.
He busted the poll.
We're up to nearly 1,700 votes now in our phase 3. What do you think
our big, beautiful
Nebraska's
voters.
record will be this year? But we've also added Another poll, which is really close.
Pollception.
Wow, so many polls.
The poll boys. That's what they
Yesterday,
call it.
we announced we put
Brian Cully also calls
we
it
put
good.
our support behind Sam McEwen, Amy Just of HuskerExtra.com.
We're the training camp boys.
We're the
now.
training camp boys. So we asked you, should it be called training camp because August doesn't fall in the fall? It's almost, I mean,
is this our best poll question of all time?
It's like 50-50.
Wow, look at this.
Fall camp 50.6, training camp 49.4.
Wow.
Vote now.
Stand in line, as they say.
Yeah.
Question. This one just might be a semantics thing, but aren't all camps training camps? Like all of them, all the time?
Did you go to summer camp? Did you go to a summer
No.
camp?
That's not training.
Well,
camp.
that's
No,
not a
but like
training
anything
camp.
Bible camp.
Anything I've been to VBS. Anything like
Vacation
football
Bible
related
school?
though, right? Like why do they differentiate between like
Because you have
spring camp, fall camp, but it's all training camp. Just call it all training camp.
no training camp implies the season is about to start.
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But are you not training in the
You
spring?
can't have a training camp in spring.
I mean,
that's spring camp. Spring ball. It's actually spring ball. It's not
That's
even
fair,
spring camp.
but what we're doing here is we're because college football basically is NFL light.
Yes.
We're just taking on some of their nomenclature.
Correct.
It's always been called training camp.
Yes.
Just like in baseball, right before the season, it's called spring training.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
Yep.
So vote. Now keep in mind that is not a binding vote. We are team training camp.
Oh, okay. So this isn't like the tiny baby boy vote of earlier this year.
Nope.
Tiny baby vote.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see Tiny Baby Boy?
No, he's Garrett McGuire.
Whatever.
Garrett one team McGuire.
He's one of the 30 under 30.
Hell yeah.
Though it got me thinking, I am curious, how many coaches are there in Division I men's, major college football that are under 30 years
This
old?
seems like a great thing for you to do when you get home tonight.
No. This sounds terrible.
I'm sure Stu Manji would do it if he's listening.
Stu Manji, find out how many
Or
assistant
Jed.
coaches are under 30.
Jed loves doing things
I wonder
like
how
that.
many of them are on
Well, Jed's busy delivering the mail.
TikTok.
I bet Garrett won T. McGuire's on TikTok.
Probably. Oh, gross.
Yeah, it is gross.
Bong.
Maybe that's where he's getting ideas for drills.
I hope not.
If he is, then Nebraska's in big trouble. That's the J-Tech Instruction Zone Twitter page is where you can vote at USC 1620. Brunsey to join us in a little bit.
Nice.
Now I know why they buried that soccer match at 2 a.m. last night.
Yeah, not great, Bob.
No, not great at all. 1620 the zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. I got fitted for golf clubs a few years back, and the process was really cool, really interesting, and really good because I got some great new clubs out of it, and they are doing so now with a brand new fitter, Mark Bauman. He is the new master club fitter at Miracle Hill and fitting both Callaway and Titleist equipment moving forward, including demo events coming up on Saturdays, but also on Tuesday nights. Give them a call today at 402-498-0220 and find out more information about this event tonight. Incredibly cool. You can try out the equipment. Then once you kind of figure out which path you want to go down, whether it's with the Callaway, whether it's with the Titleist, you can schedule a personalized fitting with Mark to get that equipment ordered. And through this process, you're going to find clubs that will work great with your swing, your ability level to help you when you are on the golf course. Not to mention, it's going to be great to just have some new clubs. Also, of course, you can call them at that number, 402-498-0220. You can book your tee times for the Top Tracer building. You can book your tee times for a quick 9, for a full 18 the weekend as well. Nice to get past some of that crappy weather from a week ago. But even with the rain in the forecast, always nice to have that Top Tracer building because you are comfortable, you are covered, and you are eating, drinking, watching sporting events. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Your Omaha Mavericks are coming off an historic year with conference championships, NCAA appearances, and record attendance. 2023-24 season tickets are on sale now. Be a part of the action and get your tickets today by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets. The seat you purchase today will be better than the seat you can buy tomorrow. Get your tickets now and go Mavs.
Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is every day.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
There's a right way and a wrong way to fight off mosquitoes. Karate chopping the air in a public place in front of your kids and their friends, Mom, is the wrong way. Using STEM mosquito repellent is the right way. STEM effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We had dueling polls on 1620 The Zone.
Ooh, I got some on the headphones too.
Oh no!
That's fine. They're fine. Remember, these things are like rock stars. I could bury these things in the bottom of the Pacific Ocean and they'd be fine.
Nice.
That what rock stars do? What does that mean, what you just said?
What do you mean? What is it?
They're like rock stars. You could bury them in the bottom of the ocean and they'll be fine.
No, I was saying, I mean, sometimes people say, he's a rock star.
Meaning, he was making two statements about them.
Yeah.
The first is they're rock stars. Also, I could bury them at the bottom of the ocean and they would work okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It seemed like those statements were too close to each other. Like he was making a comparison to rock stars being at the bottom of the ocean, but then being fine.
Well, either way, we're fine. Everything's
Is that what
fine.
happened to Elvis?
All's
Ed says
fine.
Josh Peterson officially an old. What did I say last segment that makes me an old?
I don't know.
Was it the TikTok thing? Because I said that.
Oh, yeah. TikTok's garbage.
TikTok is garbage.
TikTok's bad.
Max says training camp's NFL, fall camp is college football. No need to change.
Yeah, but it's August. It's not fall.
Yeah,
fall
it's
doesn't
true.
start till September.
Yeah, it's very warm out there.
Yeah, stop trying to take away John's summer.
Also,
please.
John emails in. He went to a USA Today article from June. Now he scanned it quickly, but if I'm reading this right, he says of the 1,330 FBS assistant coaches, only 18 or 1.3% graduated or concluded their playing careers during this time frame, and that time frame must be under 30. So 18 coaches.
Well, I mean, the graphic said 30 under 30, so maybe they just named all 30 coaches under 30. I have no idea.
I got nothing.
Well, speaking of garbage, the U.S. women's soccer team.
Wow.
Josh took a hit last
This
night.
sucks. They cost me $400 fake dollars.
Yeah, they did.
I've been doing so good in bet of the day.
They almost lost outright.
Yeah, that's not good.
But if you missed it, and good chance are you probably did because it was at 2 a.m.
Oh, I'm only up $104 now. Man.
Here was so afterwards, apparently, because they still got into the elimination round.
They call it the knockout round.
So they
John.
made it through the pool play.
They call that group play
into the eliminations, which is, of course, now it's sudden death. Now everyone, it's
there will be winners and losers.
Single game elimination, but they backdoored their way in. And so what you're about to hear, this is former women's star Carly Lloyd, who's now on the Fox desk, sports desk.
Yeah, she wasn't hanging out with Hannity.
She was not hanging out with Hannity. Hannity's not.
Sean, let me
breaking down
give you
the
my
women's soccer.
breakdown of what happened tonight.
But what's happening in the background is the players are like glad handing and laughing and taking selfies with the fans.
Uh-oh.
And
How old is Carly Lloyd?
She's in probably her 30s.
I just want to make sure because
She
I
just
just got
retired.
cold and old.
She
She's
just
40. She's 41.
That ain't old.
It might be for this discussion.
Wow.
No, I'm just
You're
saying.
not supposed to be shaming women
I'm
about
not
their
shaming
age.
her. I'm
God, I
talking
thought you were woke.
I'm just talking about the takes that she's about to have.
Well,
Don't
here,
talk about women's ages, Josh.
It's on Wikipedia.
here it comes.
Okay.
These are not the images we should be expecting to see from a team that survived Portugal and survived to get to the round of 16. I appreciate them taking care of the fans, but let me tell you, Carly Lloyd's butt would be back in the locker room kicking things, throwing things.
I have never witnessed, and just seeing these images for the first time right now on the desk, I have never witnessed something like that. There's a difference between being respectful of the fans and saying hello to your family, but to be dancing, to be smiling. I mean, the player of the match was that post. You're lucky to not be going home right now.
They should have gone and taken a selfie with the post.
Are we sure that was the Fox Sports desk?
It was the Fox Sports.
Yeah, that's their
man.
desk. That was Rob
The
Stone.
candor, the way they were talking seemed like the other Fox desk.
That was Rob Stone, who of course is on Big Noon, the kickoff. Right?
Yes, yeah.
He was kind of putting it on a tee. Well, she expanded a little bit on her comments. Rob Anderson was apparently staying up until way too early and doing dictation.
Does Rob sleep?
He doesn't. He never sleeps.
Does he sleep? I don't think he does.
He's doing stuff for everybody.
Yeah.
Here's more from Carly Lloyd. She said, quote, "I made some comments when I retired in 2021. I felt there was a shift within the team, within the federation, within the culture, the mentality," talking about the women's national team.
Yeah.
"The importance and meaning of winning has changed. What has come from winning has become more important. You can never take any situation for granted. Every time you step out on that pitch, it's not a guarantee you're going to win. Not a guarantee you're going to win a World Cup. Today was just simply uninspiring disappointment. And it was just really uninspiring." And she called out the head coach.
Yeah. You know what that sounds like? Honestly, it sounds like former players that we have seen across sports for generations that came from proud programs or franchises and have watched their program or franchise fall off.
Take a step back.
Does that not sound like a quote that we have heard or read many, many times from former Huskers over the last 20 years?
It does.
You know?
Well, old Vlatko, Coach Vlatko.
Yeah, what do you know about him?
I know that he didn't like what was said by Carly Lloyd. he said that he was very disappointed. He said, quote, the one thing I wanted to say is this team wanted to win this game more than anything else. They put everything they could into the preparation for this tournament and every game they go into. So to question the mentality of this team, to question the willingness to win, to compete, I think it's insane. So now we got feuding going on between the ex-player on the Fox desk and the coach. But here's the thing. I don't know if you paid attention to any of the commercials. They had a lot of promos
Last
running.
night at 2 a.m.?
No.
I was asleep.
In the run-up to the tournament. They did a lot of Women's World Cup promos.
Yeah.
And basically the theme was other countries having to concoct bizarre ways to try to knock off the U.S. women because they're so good.
Yeah.
And they were well done. It was funny.
Yeah.
But you wonder if that mentality of, well, we're just so damn good.
Well, and again,
has seeped in, and maybe that's what she's talking about the culture. It's getting a little soft.
Not to go back to football again for a moment, but what is one of the things that Kirby Smart has talked about over the years after winning national championships? Like the idea of new people showing up and feeling like they have had the same success, even though they have not been a part of that same success. I think is a very real thing in sports.
I agree.
We see it all the time. By the way, do you want the tweet or the text that makes the same joke? Because I'll give you either one.
Pick one.
Jordan was the first. Jordan tweets in, they got equal pay with the men's team. Now they perform equally well at World Cup. Dave had the same joke on the zone text machine as well at 402.
I look forward to those signs coming out.
Indeed.
Y'all don't deserve equal pay now.
No, they do. They're performing like the men. One of us. That's what the men are going to start chanting. One of us. Oh, boy.
Well, coming up next, the latest from training camp.
Training camp.
Michael Bruntz will give us the latest skinny of what was said today and his thoughts as the Huskers are now 2 days into this arduous training camp with feet dangling over the edges of too short bunk beds.
Wow.
In dorms.
Wow.
The torture continues. We're going to call us Junction Boys 2.
Nice.
Matt rules. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Experience car buying convenience at its best with Woodhouse Mazda. Shop during the Season of Discovery event going on now. You can check out the entire Mazda CUV lineup, including the all-new Mazda CX-90 with 3 rows and even a hybrid option. You'll love the way it drives. Woodhouse Mazda has 2 convenient locations in Bellevue and West Omaha. Or shop online and even start your deal online at WoodhouseMazda.com or WoodhousePlaceMazda.com. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
Take your science or healthcare degree to the next level at College of St. Mary and apply to one of our in-demand graduate programs. Earn a Doctor of Physical Therapy with our online on-campus hybrid program. Earn a Master of Science in Physician Assistant Studies in just 2 years, or an Occupational Therapy Doctorate in 3 years. Graduate programs at CSM are inclusive and open to everyone. Plus, we offer an accelerated pathway to several of our healthcare programs for those needing their undergraduate degree. Apply today. Get started at csm.edu.
Registrations are being accepted until August 13th for Ultimate Baseball Academy's Fall Baseball Leagues. These developmental leagues are going into their 14th season and are the perfect blend of skills clinics, training, and games to help players of all skill levels to improve this fall. Leagues are available for ages 7 through high school. Register as an individual or bring your whole team at UBAnebraska.com.
Ultimate Baseball Academy. Play ball.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Of Husker247.com, 24/7 Sports. Brunsey, good afternoon.
How's it going?
Good.
Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all. How was day 2? Any interesting notes, observations from day 2?
It was a defensive day today. So I don't know. It's kind of been interesting, kind of seeing these defensive linemen come through the last couple days. It's a group that looks different than maybe where they were last season physically, and you got to start listening to the coaches, and they want to rotate guys. I tell you what, coaches love a good defensive line rotation, don't they? They want to line change guys. They want to move them in and out, and just total chaos. But I think that they actually have enough guys that they could potentially do that. I mean, we heard from Ruquan Buckley today, who is kind of the guy that one of the keys to being able to have a true rotation, and being able to move 6 and 9 guys through there at a certain time. So we'll see if that plays out. I think he's a little bit more than just an early fall camp story, but that was kind of the takeaway from today, is that there seems to be buy-in, and I think there's a little bit more depth at defensive line than maybe what people think.
Bruns, looking at some of the news of the last few days, one of the big pieces obviously is Miles Farmer not being involved in camp to this point. Throughout the offseason, if you were to ask a fan or a media member about the strength of the team, I think the majority of those people would have said the defensive backs. How does this news change your answer to that question, if you would have said defensive backs in the first place?
Yeah, no, I probably would have. Defensively, I would have said that, I think. I don't necessarily know that his presence was why I would say that. I mean, I think they've got some guys and some pieces there that you can kind of try guys at different spots. I mean, I think he maybe doesn't get kind of roped in with that group, but Isaac Gifford's another one that I think is going to do fairly well in this defense. There's some spots though where I think you're going to have to find the right guy. One of them's kind of that third safety spot. You got to figure out somebody that can get in there and play the rover, which is kind of a specific position and requires kind of a specific set of skills to play that. But it doesn't help, and it doesn't help that one of your perceived leaders, or what I think from the outside you would have seen as a leader, is not there for not doing the small things. That's a problem, but I think for the most part, they still got guys they can move through there. I know they're being careful with Marquise Buford. We'll see when he potentially comes back. Malcolm Hartzog's another guy that, he can play corner. He could probably play a little bit of safety if he needed to. So I think they've got options. Of course, having a veteran guy not be there for something that sounds pretty avoidable. That is a concern though.
Does this put a little more pressure on Omar Brown to have that bounce back year?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if his back's right, I think he's got the potential to do that. I was trying to think if there's a few other guys in that group that are kind of in the same page, but there's some guys that came in, during the Frost era that haven't really heard much from. I mean, Timon Lynam is on the roster and hasn't really been heard much from. Kobe Brett's another guy kind of in that similar group where they've been on the roster for a couple of years, but have been pretty quiet there. So, I think they are going to have to kind of go all hands on deck there. You do need to find a pretty steady rotation of guys there, but I think they have the pieces. It's just a matter of, kind of like Matt Rule said in Indianapolis, is giving these guys enough reps and, at least having enough experience and snaps of seeing guys to feel like you're making a good decision for that opener against Minnesota about who you can and can't trust.
Bruns, going back to the end of your previous answer, you mentioned just the timing of this happening. Like, how surprising was that component to this? Because for the most part, it was a quiet offseason to the point where John and Happer jinxed everything like a week and a half ago, and they said, like, there's been nothing dramatic at all that's happened with Nebraska football.
I didn't jinx anything.
And everything is
not my fault.
And everything is perfect.
It's not my fault that the football team wants to starve the volleyball
team.
Then
Breakfast Gate happened, and here we are. But in all seriousness, like, how big of a surprise was it that it just happened that close to the season? Because I guess I figured that we would have been past the whole, like, kind of buying in nature of the discussion with Husker football players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little surprising. And for a guy that, you're probably counting on to be a little bit of a leader. And I wonder too, Matt Rule didn't say this, but I do kind of wonder if they, let it go a little bit farther into the summer to see if things were going to kind of turn around on their own. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, we'll see, how long he's suspended or off the 124 if that changes. But yeah, I mean, that was surprising. I mean, even the Fleeks thing was a little bit surprising to me too. I mean, a veteran guy that, is obviously familiar with this coaching staff, didn't come in ready to go. I found that to be a little bit surprising as well when they announced that.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. I mean, if there's anyone who knows what Matt Rule expects and what Matt Rule's rules are, it'd be Joshua Fleeks, who, of course, was with him for a brief period of time at Baylor. But from a manpower standpoint, given his position and the question marks at that position group, wide receiver, is this a big blow that we're not talking enough about?
Yeah, I mean, when you start looking at numbers, yeah, I mean, it is a little bit. I mean, we'll see how long it takes for him to be able to report. I mean, I don't know if he's, out in the heat running laps with hefty bags on or what he's doing to drop the weight. But yeah, I mean, you kind of start looking at, okay, this might be our top 6 to 8 guys at wide receiver. And I feel like you can get to about 5 pretty easily. But beyond that, and you start getting into, really young players, guys that were farther down the depth chart and probably not figured to be factoring in. And Fleeks was the one guy who, because of his experience with the staff, I mean, he's known Garrett McGuire since high school. That was the one guy that you probably would have liked to just have around for just leadership. So that I'm sure that is a little disappointing. I mean, Matt Rule mentioned him a couple times during his session in Indianapolis, by name, unprompted. So I'm sure they were a little bit disappointed to see how things kind of happened when he reported.
Bruns, the other big news item, obviously, over the last week was the Bob Wager DUI and resignation. It didn't seem like that there was a whole lot of folks broken up by this news in terms of what it means on the football field, not the actual crime that he committed. What had you heard, I guess, about the job that he had done as Nebraska's tight ends coach? Because, look, maybe some of the reaction just came from the fact that there were some people that were dubious about his hiring to begin with. They replaced him with someone who actually had more Power 5 experience than he did, and so maybe that explains it. But I don't know. What did you make of that reaction, and what did you know about how he had done so far as Nebraska's tight ends coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think, given, his background, I think there was probably a little bit of learning on the job that was going to have to take place in terms of, not only coaching tight ends, but coaching at the college level. I do wonder too if just the way that things were kind of handled. I mean, it was pretty cut and dry with that press release when it came out on Friday. It's like,
yeah,
this guy resigned. This is who we hired to replace him. We're moving on. And the start of fall camp happened. So I don't know if that plays into it too, but yeah, I mean, I think, when you hire somebody like that out of the high school ranks, I think there's probably going to be a little bit of time as a recruiter to, kind of, flex your muscle a little bit. I mean, certainly he had connections in Texas that were helpful. He brought in players that he had coached, from Arlington Martin, which, I think, that's laudable, but, I think it was going to be a little bit of time before you kind of saw, maybe what he could do as a full-time assistant. So I think that's maybe part of the reaction too, is it was a little bit incomplete. And, look, I mean, you're a month out from the start of the season, something like that happens, as a staff, you can't dwell on it. Matt Rule hires, his staff to where you kind of have the next guy ready to go if you need that to happen, whether that's a citation or a guy leaving for another job. So, the show goes on, and they're moving on quickly without him. I mean, I've been a little bit surprised how quickly they've been able to do that.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7, as we recap day 2 of Husker training camp. What did you make of yesterday's comment by Matt Rule about the peaceful feeling he had? It's almost like he's trying to start the Eagles song. I got a peaceful, easy feeling. He made that comment yesterday. Do you think he's surprised with the relative smoothness of this transition?
Yeah, I the question wasn't it like the context of how it felt kind of being back on the practice field?
Yeah,
I think for him, kind of being back in the college game, around college players and that environment, I think it probably is a little bit refreshing to him, given all the crap he went through in Carolina and kind of the way things, played out there. I mean, I don't think at this point you'd get too much argument or pushback if you said that Matt Rule is probably more set up to coach the college game. I mean, I just think that's where his personality is. I think that's where his mind is. And I think, it's probably like coming home a little bit for him that you're in that setting again. So, I could see where, after everything that happened and you're a month out from the start of the season, it probably does feel, like being back at home. So, you've got another month to kind of feel that way, and then the real games start and wins and losses start mattering and things like that. But, yeah, I mean, I think from everything he said in the last week, just kind of about, being at Nebraska and the decision he made there and kind of how he came out of that experience in Carolina, I mean, it probably does feel like he would have a better appreciation for, coaching at a place like Nebraska, given the way everything went in the NFL.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Read his great work at husker247.com. Back at it tomorrow. Bruntzy, always appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bye, Bruntz.
And before we get to Mitch Holtis,
new graphic alert!
We need a sports flash.
Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Jackson McAndrew, 4-star forward from Minnesota. McAndrew has made his verbal commitment to the Creighton Blue Jays.
Blue Jays. Did you see he's 6'9"?
He is 6'9" and can shoot the ball.
Oh.
He is rated 48th overall according to On3, 79 according to Rivals, and
he's 69th according to someone else?
89th. According to 247 Sports.
Oh. That's where Bruntz is from.
That is where Bruntz is from. He cheeses.
You changed the background. I took that picture.
I know.
Look
Then
at
the picture before that I took.
Oh, look at you.
You did that.
Yeah.
I did that and he did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never use any of my pictures.
Well, you never send me any.
You don't want to use Nick's pictures.
That's true.
Doesn't understand the rule of thirds. We'll teach him this year.
You're a rule of thirds.
We'll teach you about the rule of thirds.
You want to see the pictures that Nick submits to us?
Oh no.
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, I would be nervous too.
Most people pay for those.
No, they don't pay for them. They don't pay for anything.
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, look at it. It's tiny baby Nick. With the
Long
Power Rangers action
neck
figure.
Nick.
Long neck Nick and tiny baby Nick without a beard. Well, both without a beard.
Yeah, tiny baby Nick definitely didn't have a beard.
But anyway, Jackson McAndrew, great shooter. One of the top players out of the state of Minnesota. And like we said, consensus top 100. Chose Creighton over Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Xavier. So there's a commit for next year's recruiting class.
There you go.
And yes, chance for us to use our new Sports Flash graphics.
Look at you.
Well, coming up next, it's a Mitch Flash.
What? You know that this will be our 9th season having Mitch Holtis on as a regular guest?
I didn't know that.
9th season.
Wow.
Yeah, he started in 2015.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's when I graduated high school.
Well, we're going to hear from Patrick Mahomes as part of our Chiefs training camp update, which is next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Working up to a high in the mid-80s today with clouds building in. 20% chance of showers between 4 and 7 p.m. Tonight we'll get to a low of 72 degrees with showers and thunderstorms after 1 a.m. And those will roll into showers and thunderstorms tomorrow morning as well, and mostly clear skies behind that. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Why?
If you have
T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Sure, you could go anywhere else for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products with the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. By your mom's house.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Love his size.
On 1620, The Zone.
Yeah, no, I think
it's really, if you look at Watson, Justin Watson, Marquez, Sky, and even KT, they're really all going into their second year within this offense. And even though they've been other places with some of those guys, it's still a whole new offense. So I think those guys, you can see that step they've taken, and then integrating the young guys in there with Justin Ross and with Rice and John Ross. I mean, we have so many young receivers that have kind of really added that value to that receiving room, and I'm excited for the competition going into training camp.
And then the tight ends group and the running back group. What about that in the receiving game?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna make Brett Veach's jobs tough. I mean, if you look at the tight end group as a whole, I mean, everybody's been making plays, running backs as well, and then getting to add Pac and Jarek in the mix. I mean, it's gonna be a heck of a offensive room, and it's gonna be a lot of competition. And I think competition brings out greatness, and that's what we're looking for.
Josh, do you care to do your terrible impersonation of Patrick Mahomes here for Mitch?
I would never do such a thing with Mitch Holtis on the line.
That's probably a good idea. Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. That's the thing I like about Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the game right now, one of the biggest stars in sports.
Yep.
He doesn't big-time Mitch.
That's true.
He's not big-timing you yet, Mitch.
No, and he's just an awesome dude. You guys, the thing about the Netflix quarterback series, and I put it on Twitter because I know at least Josh follows me on Twitter.
I do. Yeah. When am I going to get that follow back, Mitch?
I think Nick, maybe. Oh, that's true. I guess. Yeah, I promised that to you a couple of years ago. But I mentioned it on the Netflix series that now the world gets to see what we see on a regular basis. And that is he's more of a unicorn than people realize. You can see, oh, gosh, he set the all-time yardage record last year. He's two-time MVP, 2 times. But honestly, he's like the pseudo head coach, general manager, wide receivers, running backs coach. His impact on this team is way more than 41 touchdowns. And just in that clip there. So I had a chance, too, this spring to present him in Tyler, Texas, in his hometown. It was just kind of a night of patness. And then to see his group too, because I've worked with 15 of my homies with his Lubbock, Texas guys, he's just surrounded by some good people. There's just way more to this guy than people even realize, and he's larger than life as he is. But his impact on this team is way more than throwing crazy touchdown passes.
Mitch, yesterday, John asked you a question about the start of camp and how now this is a team that's won a couple Super Bowls in the last half decade. And I wanted to follow up on that today by asking you this. How would you compare the hunger of this team compared to the ones that have entered camp over the last handful of years? Because in a couple of those instances, they were following tough AFC championship losses to the Patriots and Bengals, one of them following a tough loss in the Super Bowl to the Bucs. And then obviously a couple of them now following Super Bowl victories. How would you compare that? Because if there's ever a chance to be like fat and happy, this would be the time most of all, given that now it's their second championship in the last half decade.
And honestly, because we're on this topic today of the unicorn quarterback, I think part of the answer is him and Kelsey and Andy Reid, because there is zero satisfaction with those guys of thinking, oh man, we've won 2 of them. Let's just kind of cruise here. They're just not wired that way. And the fact that, and then I saw them work throughout the spring and summer, and all 3 of those guys are working as if it was Andy Reid's first year as a quality control guy, or Mahomes and Kelsey were trying to make the teams as free agents. The hunger is there, the burn is there, and it goes top to bottom. So it just, and then you've got, and I'm going to take this thesis next week, and that is the second-year guys I alluded to who jumped onto the scene last year. Can they make the jump this year? When you had all those ingredients together, the answer is an emphatic. There is no satisfaction. They want to go get another one, and it's not just lip service.
I got to get your thoughts, Mitch, because when I read the quote, I had to read it a couple of different times because it normally when a guy leaves one franchise and goes to another and it's in the division, it's a division rival, you tend to hear some trash talk back and forth. But Frank Clark, who's now with the Denver Broncos, was asked about the rivalry with the Chiefs. And he said, and this is Frank Clark, new Denver Bronco, talking about his old team, the Chiefs, and the rivalry. He said, quote, I wouldn't call it a rivalry. A rivalry is competitive. I'm with the Broncos now. I've been on the other side. We didn't call it a rivalry. I mean, you would think of anybody, he would be the most motivated. And I'm sure he is motivated.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he's saying, hey, over Kansas City, we didn't call it a rivalry because, I mean, we've beaten these guys 15 times in a row. I just thought that was weird.
Well, maybe a little bit, but I mean, Frank's his own planet, right? He's got his own. We're in this solar system, and Frank is in the next one. And love Frank, but Frank's just. I know Frank well enough to know that doesn't surprise me. Frank's being Frank, and I don't want to make anybody mad with the Broncos, but how Andy Reid and the aforementioned Mount Rushmore of Reid, Mahomes, Kelsey approaches the Broncos is the same with the Raiders and Chargers. They're all rivals, every one of them. And all 6 of those games mean so much. Much has been said about the Chiefs being 37-5 against the division over the past 6 years, and that includes a 12-win Charger team and a 12-win Raider team. It's not like everybody's 2-15 all the time in this division. But it's just the importance that this team and those 3 guys in specific, talk about staying hungry, is that they approach those 6 games with an increased fervor, because that's the way Andy Reid approaches it. It's the way he did with the NFC East when he was Philadelphia's head coach.
Is that different? Is it a different approach than any other coaching staff you've been affiliated with in Kansas City?
Yes. I've never seen they treat all 3 the same. It's not like, gosh, it's Denver, like it's Creighton and Nebraska basketball. Like, it's not that. It's hey, they're there, but in my previous years here it was a division rival, but not the intention year round that's given by Andy Reid to those teams. Andy knows that that's the first item on the checklist. And I think in the years past here, one of these days I'll write a book, but there was then it was lip service, but there was focus drift that went in other ways that kind of took them away off the main thing, which is trying to focus in on those division opponents. They'd talk about it, but there wasn't enough attention given to them in the off season and prepping for them and studying the stabs of those respective division opponents. This staff, and because Andy Reid knows it, and it's the way he grew up with the Packers in the NFC North and with the AFC East, where he really dominated that division and kind of pulled it away right from the Washington Commanders, then Redskins, but in Dallas, where he dominated that division, and he's dominating this one just because he spends a lot of time, and so do these players, on focusing on those 6 games.
So what do we get to look forward to tomorrow? I mean, you've hit us with Coach Reid. You've hit us with Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Kelce next.
Thank you. Way to go. You nailed it.
Nice.
See, we bring you the stars here.
Hell
Mitch
yeah,
knows
we do.
you front load it, man. You bring out the stars.
Awesome.
I wouldn't until I heard John do the College World Series, and I'm going, you know what? I can't jerk around with this.
You got to match him. You got to match his energy.
Let's check LSU. 8 runs on 7 hits. There were 2 errors. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. So I'm bringing Kels tomorrow.
Nice.
Awesome.
Is a unicorn in his own right, as we know.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, live from St. Joe, the home of Chiefs training camp. By the way, we had pictures. We had it was in one of our segments when Mahomes finished building his new house.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got the big pond. Does he let you fish in the pond?
You know, he doesn't big time me, but he hasn't gone that far. Like I have not gone in there. I can't, nor have I asked. That's not on
You
my
never know if you don't
list of
ask.
priorities. Let's go. You got some bass in there. You got some bluegill. So I haven't got that far yet. I'm not pressing my luck. Let's put it that way.
For the best.
Well, all right. Well, save it for the 3rd Super Bowl and then go, hey, Patrick, can you let me fish
I
in the
just want to
pond?
run a couple routes on that football field that's in his
That's true.
house.
That's next level thinking, by the way. You know, you can train right there at your own house.
Invite your friends over.
Now, he didn't have any goalposts. I didn't notice any goalposts.
He
That's
doesn't
not
need
gonna
it.
help
He's
the
not.
kickers.
He's not inviting the kickers over. Sorry, Harrison, you're not allowed here.
That's not nice. You should bring the kickers over.
Travis Kelce and others.
He can go over Bucker can go over the high school field. Only eligible receivers, which is the way we started the segment.
That's
Bingo.
true. Good point. All right, Mitch. Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Mitch.
See you, boys.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs.
I am always reminded every year how much he triggers people. Wow. John,
The
every
Chiefs fans
year. Holy crap. Amazing Daniel, 2 days in a row. Ugh, somebody tell me when he's gone so I can unmute.
We've been doing this for 9 years.
Every year he comes on every day during training camp.
Yeah, during training camp, we have him on daily.
The
to
idea
get the
originally
update.
was supposed to be he was here for like 2 or 3 minutes, but then John just keeps asking question after question. So if you're mad at someone, get mad at John.
Don't get mad at
when
me.
you go on vacation, I do 2 questions and I say, see you tomorrow, Mitch. Because they're training camp updates, not interviews.
I think the people are interested. They're the Super Bowl champs.
That's the thing. It's like we're not covering a bad team here, friends.
Yeah, this isn't a last place team. This is the first place team.
Yeah, that's true.
You want the inside intel so you know how to beat them.
There you go. Also, an email from John came in asking if Stibbs follows Mitch, and then does Mitch follow Stibbs? So I asked the source.
Yeah.
Not Mitch. He was talking to us. So I asked Stibbs. He said, hell no.
No.
He does not follow Mitch, nor does Mitch follow Stibbs.
No, but I do when I see certain things.
I can't believe you don't follow Mitch.
I do follow Mitch.
Oh.
I follow Mitch.
And that's why if I see certain things that I think Stibbs might be interested in, I will
tag him.
I will
That's
tag
right.
him.
We should start doing that more often.
Like, for example, when
Mitch-
this video came out,
Oh, a video?
I sent this to Stibbs.
Michael's video?
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You gotta deal with the Chiefs and the kingdom. Yeah!
People forget about January when the new Chiefs bit was disrespect every week. Dude, and then isn't that a t-shirt now? Doesn't he have a t-shirt with
He
that?
had shoes made.
Shoes?
With that exact phrase, all of those words, it was all over the shoes.
Classic.
Red and yellow shoes.
Big shoes. You would need big shoes to put that whole statement on them.
They had to be big shoes.
Big shoes.
Big shoes.
All right.
Scott says Mitch needs to be humbled. Well, he has Patrick Mahomes on his team. I don't think he's going to be humbled a whole lot over the next, decade.
Also, in Mitch's defense, he spent a long time.
Nick, that's true.
Play-by-play for a bad team.
When we first started talking to Mitch, you know what he wanted? What he prayed for? Well, at first
home
it was
playoff game.
At first it was that he just wanted them to
Just
win a
a
playoff
game.
and then going into year 2 of Mitch on the air, they wanted to host a playoff game. And now they're winning Super Bowls.
Now they're putting the hammer down.
Mm-hmm. Shang Ping asks, so you talk to Stibbs, or are you carrying around a Ouija board? I got it in my backpack. I got to speak to the dead.
Yeah, that's it. It's the only
You
way we
follow
can
Mitch
commiserate
Holtis
with
from
him.
the grave.
It's hard, though, because most of the words on the Ouija board are just like swears.
All right, for all of you who were triggered by Mitch,
Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow.
We'll bring you all back because
Another one.
we have disrespect for the Colorado Buffaloes.
What?
Yep.
The Buffs, what did they do?
Yeah, and the latest on the whole Pac-12 future thing.
Nice.
When we continue. Also, still to come, the national championship contenders and the bold statements being made by your guy, Naked Jim Harbaugh.
Jimmy H.
But first, a reminder that you can find your Chevys where Omaha's been finding their Chevys for 50 years, 112th and Dodge, under the banner of Woodhouse Chevy. That's right. It's now Woodhouse Chevy Omaha, 112th and Dodge. For 50 years, it's been where Omaha goes to find new roads into their next new Chevy car, truck, or SUV, whether it's a Silverado, a Traverse, Blazer, Malibu, or the all-new Chevy Trax, which is going to be one of the hot vehicles of the year, combining technology, great style, and affordability in a brand new vehicle. Walk around the lot. Check with their knowledgeable, friendly staff. Also, you can go online to woodhouse.com where there you can value your trade. You can schedule a test drive at your convenience. You can also fill out the credit app all right there at the touch of a few keystrokes. Visit woodhouse.com today and find new roads to your next new Chevy. Woodhouse, Omaha, 112th and Dodge, Woodhouse, Missouri Valley, I-29 exit 75. Woodhouse Chevy. Experience the Woodhouse difference today. Woodhouse.com.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Sabit for Ted and Wally's. 2 locations, of course, in Benson and the Old Market. It is the best destination in town for ice cream. It's fun for the whole family. You having a birthday? You having some special event? You want to bring ice cream, especially during the summer, because you know what? It's hot and ice cream cools you off. If you're thinking nostalgia, remembering back to those good old summers when you were growing up, you remember ice cream in your life, and you probably remember going to Ted and Wally's. 2 locations in Benson and the Old Market. Check them out today and tell them Severe sent you.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Your Omaha Mavericks are coming off an historic year with conference championships, NCAA appearances, and record attendance. 2023-24 season tickets are on sale now. Be a part of the action and get your tickets today by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs. The seat you purchase today will be better than the seat you can buy tomorrow. Get your tickets now and go Mavs.
United Way of the Midlands is celebrating 100 years of helping others in the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Since 1923, United Way has been creating a circle of support to help our neighbors in need overcome challenges and build a brighter future. Through funded programs and direct services, United Way helps meet families' essential needs, such as healthy food, safe and stable housing, healthcare, and more. If you'd like more information on how to get involved and support United Way, go to unitedwaymidlands.org.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. About 90 minutes left in the trade deadline. I saw that Andrew Chafin is going from the Diamondbacks to the Brewers.
Not Andrew Chafin.
It is. Michael Lorenzen from the Tigers to the Phillies.
Can you believe that, Josh?
But the big story of the day, Justin Verlander's headed back to Houston.
Folks.
2 prospects headed back to New York. So the Mets, closer, top 2 starters, out the door.
What was the odds to win the World Series before the season?
They were top 5. Pretty sure they were top 5.
Trying to find a story from. Okay, here we go. March 27th. World Series odds. Oh, this is in order by division. This is annoying. All right, NL East 8-1.
Yeah, they'd probably put them in the top 5.
8-1. The Dodgers were also 8-1, for example. The Astros were 4-1. The Yankees were plus 750. Say the third best odds.
And right now, the Mets are way out of the playoffs, and the Yankees, they're not in the playoffs, and they're in last place in the division. Granted, they have a winning record, but they're in last place.
Schadenfreude for people who hate those franchises.
Oh,
is, very high right now. Are you sad as a fan of New York? You probably have one of those tourist shirts. I love New York.
No, I
heart New York.
Nope.
Oh, he's got the bumper sticker.
I don't think I ever bought one of those. In fact, I know I didn't.
I never did.
I also never did. I got a hat, though, at Washington, D.C. that was the Monster logo, but upside down. It was a W, and then it said Washington, D.C. on it.
I was trying to find a shirt that said New York. Yeah, it's okay.
I would buy one of those.
Yeah.
I actually liked New York. I had a great time there.
It's fine, but once
like
you've
New
been
York.
there a couple of times, then it's like, damn good.
Too big, too crowded, too many people.
Way too
I
crowded.
figured Nick would be a city boy, but man, he is just country ass.
That's what I grew up around.
Well, yeah,
it's
you grew up
peace
on
and
a
quiet. I like peace and quiet. There's too many noises here.
He ain't good. You think there's noises here? Wait till you go to New York.
Well, I've been to New York.
It's
I don't like it.
nonstop noise.
You think there are too much noises in Omaha?
Uh-huh, because there are. You know what I miss, Josh? A cool summer night. The only
Nice night
sounds
on the
you hear
cornfields.
are the cicadas.
Ugh, gross.
Some
God,
dogs.
go to Western Nebraska.
Maybe
why
some
don't you?
coyotes in the background.
Hell, I get that in Lincoln.
Coyotes?
No, not coyotes.
Well,
but
no, you do
quiet.
have foxes in Lincoln.
We have foxes, but we have quiet. Lots of quiet.
I think the cougar's still running around Omaha, by the way.
In West.
Well, yeah,
right?
we haven't heard
Yeah, so
anything.
be careful out there.
About the Cougars.
Yeah, be careful.
So the latest
on
the Pac-12.
Yeah.
According to multiple sources now,
they got an offer.
They have a media offer.
Doesn't seem like it's very good.
Well,
because it's a streaming offer.
It's streaming. It's Apple, but it is tied to benchmarks.
It is tied to subscriptions.
So if the Pac-12 can get Apple TV more subscriptions, then their rate goes up. And I don't know what the official terms are. You know, what's the current fee? Like if they don't add one subscriber, but they obviously give them what that rate is versus
it's like one of those jobs, right? Hey, here's your base, but man, there's a lot of growth opportunity.
Right. And you're dealing with a conference who, let's face it, as much as I want the Pac-12 to live, because I think it's good for college football to have some regionality to it.
Yeah.
The passion's not really there.
No, and yeah, that's the issue with this league. Like the Big Ten.
Even with the LA schools that are coming to the Big Ten, it's better than most other Pac-12 schools.
But is it really?
But it ain't compared to a lot of Big Ten schools.
The value of having USC and UCLA is not
the market.
Bingo. It's not the localized passion. And I don't want to imply that USC doesn't have diehard fans and UCLA. USC has diehard fans. They are an institution. But certainly,
hell, go back to remember some of those pictures from the Rose Bowl last year?
Empty, yeah. So like
10,000 people in a 90,000 seat stadium.
They're not like Lincoln or even Columbus, Ann Arbor, etc. The value that they have is that they are a name brand.
Yeah.
The Big Ten, look, if the Big Ten suddenly had a deal with Apple and it was entirely based off of subscriptions, they could make money off of it. But even then, it's more work. It's more work that you have to do. Whereas Nebraska, Ohio State, Michigan, they get all these millions just for existing, and they don't have to pump out, subscription.
They've proven
codes.
their worth.
Bingo.
Look at the TV ratings, and it's interesting that those are mentioned because I had a slide here. I'm going to see if I can dial it back up because I saw this the other day. Yeah, here it is. For those of you watching it on the stream, and you can on 1620thezone.com and watch for free, absolutely anytime. So this was a graphic put out. TJ Altimore has been he's a college football writer. I think he's a Pac-12 guy or blogger of sorts. And he got this data from Sports Media Watch. And these are the existing remaining Pac-12 schools and their average television audience.
Yeah, so USC, UCLA are not on there. And then Colorado, you can see where they
Colorado's
would rank.
shaded out. Yeah. But yeah.
You see their numbers.
But if you go down, and I'm looking at the bottom right quad.
And what's this time frame?
All Nielsen rated games. This is from 2016 to 2022.
Okay.
So this is the last 7 seasons.
Yeah.
The two most watched teams, college football, are Oregon and Washington. And it's not very close. Oregon is averaging 2.9 million. Washington is averaging 2.7 million. And then there's a pretty healthy drop-off. Utah, 2.1. Washington State, 1.8. This is average viewers.
And how much of that's the Mike Leach effect,
Stanford, 1.7. Colorado, 1.6. Arizona, 1.4. Cal, 1.2. Oregon State, 1.1. Arizona, the team that is coveted the most by Larry Scott 2.0.
It's 1.0.
They have the lowest average audience, averaging 1 million viewers per game. Now, some of that could be And the rest of the graph does break it out by different networks. Remember, a lot of these games do air on Pac-12 network, which is not seen by many folks because they're not in many households.
Yeah, they describe that as miscellaneous expanded cable channels. And the highest ranked team it's both Washington and Oregon, and they're only at 0.8 million. So it shows just how difficult it is when you're on one of those random.
But when you're looking at all games, all channels, the two most coveted teams are Oregon and Washington.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point. The team that we have spent a lot of the oxygen with the last 24 hours has been Arizona, who is the least watched team, which is stunning given that they are in the same conference as Cal. And Cal is above both Oregon State and Arizona.
Now, again, some of that could be based on, where the games are.
Part of this, too, is based off how good the programs have been lately.
True.
And Cal, because since this goes back to 16, Cal has been better at times than Arizona and Oregon State. Oregon State was a trash fire until, within the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's the latest is that they were presented the contract with Apple today. They did not sign. They're going to have another meeting. We do not know the date of that meeting at this point in time. But that was the latest that was coming out of there. And I had a tweet earlier. Let's see if I can find it real fast. Essentially said that the schools who have options, the news of today did not leave them feeling very well. The news of today did not leave those schools with options feeling very well.
And it sounds like the schools with options are the remaining four corner schools.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. Because right now, Oregon and Washington are just in tough zone. They want to be in the Big Ten. They are, of all of the schools that are left, would be the most coveted if the Big Ten were to choose. So it would be a fit. But the Big Ten isn't, they're not interested in breaking up the conference, so the rest of the league would have to fall apart first. And secondly, they would need to grow the pie. They would need to find other teams, or Oregon and Washington would have to come in at a discounted rate.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't think is terribly a healthy way to establish any relationship. So they're kind of in a tough spot right now. I mean, yeah, the Big 12 would take them, I would think. I mean, God, they're going to want to take UConn. Of course they would take Oregon and Washington. But they're kind of holding out for what they hope would be the most lucrative deal, and that's to get into the Big Ten. But none of that's going to happen, at least not until everything else starts to unravel. And even then, it's not a guarantee. But it's Arizona that kind of holds everything together. I was reading a story from The Athletic, and this was an interesting paragraph, and it's going to lead into the soundbite that I've got coming up. If the Pac-12 sticks together and simply replaces Colorado with San Diego State, are we sure that's not an upgrade?
They've been a better program.
It certainly is on the field. San Diego State's been a better football program for a decade and a much better basketball program, having reached the national championship game, albeit based on a questionable call in April. Colorado finished 61st in the Directors' Cup standings. That's the all-sports standings. San Diego State, 86th. That's not a large difference, especially considering the resources and the major sports. So it's true. I mean, yeah, San Diego State could bring a lot more value.
Issue is now their buyout's higher than it would have been, before they stepped on themselves.
That is true. And the other part of it is, again, this deal, it's a conditional deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make really good money, but you got to get us subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And if that doesn't happen, then you're going to be stuck with probably a substandard deal. Certainly one that won't, because I think a lot of the Pac-12 teams would be happy, the remaining ones, if they could get a deal that's commensurate or competitive with the Big 12s in terms of per team.
Yeah, I think they'd be totally fine with
they
that.
They would keep the lead together because they got the playoff spot potentially and all that other stuff.
And you would say that, wow, the gamble by Colorado wasn't really, it didn't pay off.
Right.
Unless they're just going to be truly happier, and maybe they will be. But yeah, if they were able to approach Big 12 money, I think they're fine. It's that if they're not able to approach it, that's when the trouble, begins or really continues. Shang Ping, by the way, asks, for comparison, do we know what Nebraska's average was from 16 to 22?
Well, I presented those numbers last week. Now, I don't go back to 2016.
You go back to what, 18?
I go back to
or 17?
17. And I'm sorry, I got to find all of these.
KG says Huskers to the Big 12. Love to see that happen.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Should that happen?
That's not happening.
Okay.
Nebraska's average, and this is not counting 2020. Actually, I can count 2020. Nebraska's average viewership is 2.18 million per game.
Okay. Overall, that's across all the networks.
That's across all the networks.
Okay. So that's lower. Here, let's put the graphic back up. So that's lower than Washington.
Mm-hmm.
That is lower than Oregon, and it's higher than Utah.
Right.
So it'd be third. Now, that is since
2017.
Nebraska has not had a season above 500 since then. Washington, since 17, has not made the playoff, but they have had multiple New Year's Six programs. Oregon has as well. They have been in the playoff race. Nebraska has been horrifically low. I have no doubt that if Nebraska had the success that either of those teams have had in the last 6 years, that they would be in the same kind of conversation.
To compare it to network television,
Which,
so over-the-air television, Fox, ABC, the like.
Yeah.
Nebraska is averaging 3.7 million viewers on Fox and 3.8 million viewers on ABC, which would put it second. But keep in mind, those Washington numbers also include some postseason games, of which Nebraska has no postseason games.
They have played in multiple conference championship games, which will juice your average regardless.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Nebraska, if they were a Pac-12 school, they would be in the upper half in all of these.
Yeah.
And in terms of the miscellaneous, the lower tier, we'll call them channels. I mean, FS1, BTN, Nebraska averages 1 million people or more on those networks, whereas none of these Pac-12. And again, some of it's distribution too.
And again, it's coming a time when Nebraska has stunk.
Right.
Absolutely stunk.
Yeah. If Nebraska were Nebraska, these numbers would be much higher. They'd be pushing Michigan. I mean, shouldn't say pushing Michigan numbers. They'd be closer to Michigan than they are to like Iowa and Wisconsin.
They'd be like Penn State numbers. I think I'd feel comfortable in saying.
They would.
They would be a third or fourth, biggest audience. But who knows? Maybe it'd be even higher.
I got to get to this though. Yesterday, Dan Lanning, the head coach of the Oregon Ducks,
yes, I saw this,
was asked about Colorado leaving the league.
Not a big reaction. I mean, I'm trying to remember what they won to affect this conference. I don't remember. Do you remember them winning anything? I don't remember them winning anything.
I saw yesterday, oh man, they just gave Prime bulletin board material. It's like, yeah, Prime doesn't have the team that can hang with Oregon, though.
No. And they're going to catch them early in the season. That game is the September 23rd.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah. And it's at Oregon.
Yeah. Boom roasted.
Yeah.
Boom roasted.
So
if Oregon loses that game, John will eat his hat, he says.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I did not.
Nick will eat John's hat.
Well, coming up next.
What flavor is it?
NASCAR.
Who are the teams that can win it all? We'll run down the list. It's a bigger list than you might think.
Way too big.
Yeah, way too big. And I think there's some spots that are a little wonky.
And I'm going to pull this up. Let's compare this to the blue chip ratio and see how many teams they have on their list and which teams maybe are or aren't.
Also, we'll tie this into some things that Jim Harbaugh said last week about his Michigan Wolverines.
Coach H.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like if you're headed north on 480, we're getting reports of delays between Leavenworth and 20th Street. If you're east on I-80, stop-and-go traffic between the Missouri River Bridge and I-29. Over in Council Bluffs, delays on eastbound I-80 around 24th Street. And then delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
It doesn't matter if you live in Iowa, Nebraska, 10 miles away, or 200. There's only one place to go for all your Harley-Davidson parts and service, general merchandise, new and used motorcycles. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses New Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. PACE provides an opportunity to develop discipline, self-esteem, and positive moral values through wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Hey, Brianna, look at you, graduating already.
Yeah, knocked out my gen eds in 2 years at MCC.
And now you're off to
Finish my 4-year degree at the university.
That was fast. I'll bet your mom
Loves that. We saved thousands in tuition.
Now that's smart.
That's Metropolitan Community College.
Knock out your gen eds in 2 years before transferring to a 4-year university. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start September 5th.
This is me at MCC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Hey, don't forget, we're going to be at Miracle Hill on Friday for the annual Golf Flash. It's also a one beer Friday. So if you're already signed up to golf, we'll see you out there.
Yeah.
If you just want to stop by and have a beer with us at the clubhouse, you can do that too. We're not gonna shame you.
Yep.
You don't hear this one very often.
What's that?
We're
proud of you,
an
Nick.
hour and 7 minutes from the trade deadline.
I don't hear that often.
The Dodgers and Tigers had a deal in place for left-handed starter Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
But Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade clause.
Oh.
And the deal is dead. He had 10 teams on his no-trade list. The Dodgers, the perennial World Series contending Dodgers.
He doesn't want to go there.
He does
look for the
not.
Dodgers.
He doesn't want to be in Libtown.
I was just gonna say, is it because that's where all the libs are?
But it's not like Detroit, you know.
I bet he has a no trade clause to Lincoln, Nebraska, too. Crime town.
So
I want to go to crime town.
I'd like to know who else is on that list.
I would love to know who else is on that list.
That's crazy.
They should make players publish these lists just for fun.
Great call, Nick.
Well, I'm sure you can find out the list pretty easy. You can ask Farron about it tomorrow.
John writes in, as a way to set off this segment, if Texas is on the list of teams that can win it all, the list has absolutely no validity, and whoever created it should probably be fired.
Well, that would be the computers at ESPN.
The FPI?
These are FPI numbers that were put out. These are the top 17 programs that the ESPN FPI says have the best chance to win the national championship.
Okay. And what the percentage chance?
This is the percentage chance according to FPI that they will win it all.
And what's the minimum percentage chance that they had to have to be included?
Well, they had to have any percentage chance, like 0.1%.
So they're saying Nebraska has a 0% chance to win the Natty.
Yeah.
Screw them. I'm writing a letter to Heather Dinich.
Well, she didn't make the computer.
She wrote the story. Her name's on it.
Now, what's interesting is that Georgia's not first. They're not second.
That's stupid. Behind Alabama?
They're third.
Dumb.
And they're a distant third when you consider that Ohio State, according to ESPN's FPI, Ohio State.
They must have forgot to build in the Ryan Day as head coach number.
They were a field goal away from beating Georgia last year. 36.7% chance for Ohio State. Meanwhile, Michigan's at 3.9%. And yet Michigan's the favorite.
Very odd.
It is very odd.
A couple things. Because I imagine one of the first reactions a lot of people had when they heard that was like, well, yeah, John, that makes sense. Georgia's in the SEC. Tough schedule. Wrong.
No,
schedule's trash this year.
They have a very easy schedule, all things considered.
I would say Georgia, of the top 3 teams, and let's throw in Michigan too because you brought them up. Of those 4, Georgia has the best chance to make the college football playoff because they have the least resistance along the way. They have very little resistance in the regular season. There is a very real world where we're looking at Georgia being a double-digit favorite in every single game.
Mm-hmm.
And if they get to 12-0, they will have a lot of margin for error to play with in the SEC championship game. And you'll say, yeah, but Josh, come on. You just said their schedule's easy. We forget, though, that the committee is made up of human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And if Georgia were to go 12-0, which would then mean that they had won 15 games to end last season, and then the last 2 games the year before. So they would be on this 29-game winning streak that they're going to keep out the 2-time defending champs because they lost in the SEC title game. No, human error is going to get Georgia in, again, barring something catastrophic happening to that program this year.
Yeah, that's why these percentages just don't make a lot of sense.
Does not make a whole lot of sense. Georgia has the best chance to win a national championship, and they might not, but they have the best percentage chance, in my opinion, because they have the least resistance.
They have the least resistance
Ohio
to get
State
there.
has Michigan and Penn State on their schedule, and Notre Dame. I get that the Big Ten
Ohio State literally has 3 of the schools that are listed in the top 17 when you count Penn State, who just missed out on the top 10.
Look, I'll even hear an argument for Ohio State over Bama. That's obviously I will, because I don't think Alabama's going to be as great this year. But to have Georgia that far behind them, I just don't understand it. I guess the math of the FPI says that Ohio State's way better than everybody in the Big Ten, but I just don't see them being that far better.
Well, to our emailer or tweeter, Texas, is 4th on the list.
Oh,
now,
boy.
granted, it's only
Texas back. Yes.
5.7%.
Okay.
So a distant 4th, but 4th nonetheless. Again, ahead of Michigan, who is the favorite in the Big Ten East.
Yeah.
And the Big Ten.
And the Big Ten, yeah.
Ahead of LSU.
Ahead of LSU is at 4.1%. I mean, great odds on LSU.
But, okay, you're talking about maybe ease of schedule, and maybe I shouldn't say this because I know we've been talking a lot about the Pac-10, but in different ways. But USC, you would think, coming out of the Pac-12,
they're going to have ranked teams to start the season. I don't remember their schedule off the top of my head, so I'm going to look at it real fast. But all the board jokes aside, yeah, they have Washington this year. They're at Oregon this year. They're at Notre Dame, obviously. UCLA is coming to town.
Okay.
It's a tough schedule, but yeah, I mean, it is wild. And so Clemson was in front of them at 2.8%. Notre Dame 1.6%. Oklahoma, no. They're not doing it. No. Oklahoma's not doing it. They're not.
So you said you were going to compare it to the blue chip.
Yeah, but do you want to get to the rest of them, or do you want to start?
Well,
with
I mean, the rest of them are all a percent.
Well, yeah, but I want us to make sure we mention one team that was on this list, and that was Wisconsin.
Wisconsin was on the list.
Wisconsin is not winning a national championship. I just wanted to put that out there. All right, the teams that are on the blue chip ratio. Now, one team that you did not mention, I don't believe. Let me look again. No, they're not there. One team you did not mention that is 4th in the talent composite blue chip ratio rankings. It's Texas A&M. Texas A&M has 73% of their roster filled with 4 and 5 stars.
Right, but it's Texas A&M.
It's Texas A&M.
And they have grossly underachieved
yeah.
their talent over the last few years under Jimbo.
And the blue chip ratio, if you do not know, is the teams that have signed more blue chip recruits, which are 4 and 5 stars, than they have not over the last 4 classes.
And basically the
percentage
number
of
is
roster.
All the national championships for how many years?
I think it goes back close to 20 years now. Have had
at least 50%. And I think the lowest,
it's like 52 or 53.
Yeah, I think 52% of their roster was made up of 4 and 5-star recruits.
And the ones that did that, Clemson in 2016, 52% is the lowest. The way in which they did so, though, was you have to have like a generational quarterback, like Clemson did, like Florida State did when they won with Jameis. All right, number 1 was Bama, 90%. 2 was Ohio State, 85%. And by the way, Michigan is all the way down at 54%. So that does help explain why they're such big favorites in the league.
Well, but wait till you hear what your boy said.
Yeah. Georgia, 77%. A&M, 73. Clemson, 72. LSU, 71. Texas, 70. Oklahoma, 70. Oregon, 67. Notre Dame, 65% of their roster. Then Florida, Miami, Penn State, Michigan, USC.
Now, again, these are all great little numbers, but like, for example, the blue chip ratio, what that doesn't account for? How many of those guys moved around? How many of those guys were actually recruited? How many of them were transfers in?
So what this does is the roster that you have right now, except transfers coming in. But I believe he does adjust it for transfers that they have lost. So he does not just do it based off of raw recruiting. It's your current roster as it stands today.
Well, I mean, still, it's like Bartu's system. Bartu had what was the streak? Top 10 recruiters. So it's basically based on the same premise.
It's the same idea. Bingo.
It's the same idea that no national champions come from outside of the top 10 in the recruiting rankings.
Yeah.
And no national champion in the last 2 decades has not been on this blue chip list.
Yeah. Max says, I just can't get over Georgia being 3rd and behind Bama, and then Ohio State being that far above Michigan. Gap is not that big in the Big Ten East. Plus, like you mentioned, Ohio State's schedule, just crazy. Yeah, again, that is totally based off of, not totally, it's largely based off of the recruiting rankings and how they view their roster. Because Ohio State, of the 3 teams at the top, dare I say, they actually might have the toughest schedule. It's either them or Bama. Bama has a tough schedule this year. But Ohio State's schedule is nothing to sneeze at. They have to go to the Big House. They have to host Penn State, and they have to go to Notre Dame.
That's right.
Those are tough games. Those are tough football games, no matter what you think of Ryan Day.
So Bruce Feldman in The Athletic was inquiring about Michigan. And Jim Harbaugh has been adamant. He thinks his team is title ready. They've been to the last 2 playoffs. They've missed out on the championship game. But Ari Wasserman, who's been on the program before, recruiting analyst, citing those same numbers you were, the blue chip ratio, says that Michigan rated 14th among FBS programs in the number of 4 and 5 stars on its roster, and said he believes, how can a team that is 30% below Georgia and Alabama win a national championship? And that's true. They're 30% behind in terms of the numbers of 4 and 5 stars on their roster.
The answer is, again, generational quarterback.
Well, but
I don't think they have one.
But
J.J. McCarthy is not
J.J.
that.
McCarthy a generational quarterback? I would say no.
Is a nice quarterback. He's very good. He is not Deshaun Watson.
No.
And he is not Trevor Lawrence. Hell, he's not Jameis Winston. He is none of those guys. He's very good, though.
Now, Feldman does point out, if you break down the Wolverines' projected starting to 22, on offense, only 1 player had less than a 4-star ranking, and that's one of their guards, Zach Zitner, who's a 2-time All-Big Ten.
So he's basically a 5-star, even though he wasn't ranked a 5-star.
No, he's basically a 4-star. He's the only Michigan has, of their 11 projected starters, 10 of the 11 are at least a 4-star.
No, I know. I'm saying if he's all Big Ten 2 times in a row, first team all Big Ten, or was it second team? I mean, that's basically a 5-star in my book.
Well, of course, you're going to spin everything Michigan's way, aren't you? Defensively, there are only 3 of the 11 who are rated less than 4 stars. Now, as he points out, the LSU 2019 team, who some believe is the best team of all time, started 5 3-stars and a 2-star. So it's kind of comparable.
And again, generational quarterback.
But yes, generational
also,
quarterback.
Insanely good wide receivers, too.
Now, here's the quote from Harbaugh that he told Feldman last week at Big Ten Media Days. Keep in mind, Georgia has the record for the most players taken in a single NFL draft.
That happened last year, 2022 NFL draft.
15 players.
Crazy. Insane number of players.
Jim Harbaugh, quote, I think we'll have 20 guys picked. I bet we break that record. He believes that Michigan will have 20 players off of this team that are drafted.
Adding on top of that, which, I mean, that's a pretty bold statement in and of itself.
A very bold statement.
The one that I think is even wilder is that he thinks, or other people think, that they're going to have 7 offensive linemen.
Yes.
John,
and
you can only
was,
play 5 at a time.
This was Jim Nagy, who is with the Senior Bowl, tweeted this out middle of July. He said, I can't recall when one program produced 7 offensive line prospects who got an opportunity, drafted or undrafted free agent, to play in the NFL. But there's a very good chance that happens to Michigan. And all 7 will appear on the 2024 Senior Bowl watch list. 7 offensive linemen are projected to be on the Senior Bowl watch list and could end up playing in the NFL, either as a drafted or an undrafted free agent.
That reminds me, there was this, it was the first time that Roy Williams ever won a national championship. He did so with Carolina in 2005. And, it was a loaded team, bunch of juniors, Ray Felton, Sean May, Rashad McCants. But Marvin Williams was on the roster. And Marvin Williams, if I remember right, came off the bench in the early part of the year. And he was a true freshman. And he was actually picked the highest among anybody. And it was obviously based off of potential. I've never seen something like this in football, though. The closest thing, I guess, that I could describe would be when Matt Castle was drafted based off of just being at USC during their heyday.
Right.
But to see 7 linemen, and if Harbaugh's right, like, the thing that seems crazy about it is because Bruce heard that and he was like, okay, that's pretty crazy. And so he decided to start asking a bunch of scouts. And they're all like, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, no one poo-pooed
yeah,
it.
they're not saying Harbaugh's on crack.
They did not say Jim Harbaugh's on crack.
They did not.
They might have said he'd been, doing something else, but
the
maybe
gateway.
Sniffing glue. But no, but in all seriousness, I would find it. I don't think they'll have 20 players picked.
It just seems like a ridiculously high number.
But
it's almost 10% of the draft, John.
But would it be crazy not to think that they'll have double digits? So they'll
easily have double digits.
They'll because Ohio State had a double-digit draft class in recent years. Georgia, of course, 15 is the record.
And some say that Harbaugh hasn't done a good job of developing. Wow, interesting.
Well, he hasn't of quarterbacks until
McCarthy.
Finally,
JJ, very good.
He finally listened to my advice and stopped taking all these damn transfers.
He was
said,
like,
hey,
no.
maybe you develop a quarterback and you'll do something. And
I
lo
was-
and behold, they won a conference championship with quarterbacks they recruited and developed.
I was listening to the program and I was like, I should change my tune. No more transfers.
You're welcome, Michigan. You're welcome.
Ross writes, if Harbaugh's right about the draft picks, the game this year will have close to 40 players that will be in the NFL next year at this time. Because Ohio State has 20 projected picks and 8 to 9 first rounders. 8 to 9 first rounders at Ohio State. Wow, how's Ryan Day going to squander that this year?
He's not.
How many points do you think Ohio State loses by to Michigan this year, John? 10 points? 12 points?
Negative 10.
Negative 10.
Ohio State by 10.
Laughable.
You laugh now.
You said this to me last year, and then I was laughing. And then you're like, no, but next year, they'll get them next year. You're just going to do this in perpetuity. Every year.
You mean like you were doing for Harbaugh for all those years?
And
now next year. Then they finally got there.
Proven right.
Yeah, it took them long enough.
Proven right.
Took them long enough there, Don Quixote. But there you are, the sensational 17. The top 10, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, LSU, Michigan, Clemson, Southern Cal, Notre Dame, Oklahoma.
My list is like 5 teams. Not a very long list. I think Bama, Georgia, Clemson. Not Clemson. I don't know why I'm saying that. Ohio State, Bama, Georgia, Michigan, LSU. That's my list.
Yeah, I couldn't go any further.
Love to be
than that.
wrong. Love to be, to see somebody else. Not really. I mean like Texas. See, that's the thing. It's like, if I'm wrong or if you're wrong, all right, so which of these teams then do you want to win? Texas? No. Clemson? No. USC? I guess it wouldn't bother me. Notre Dame?
Oh, if USC wins, the Big Ten would claim it.
They would. Congrats. Their first natty in a while.
I look forward to the Big Ten Classic, USC winning the national championship.
Tyler tweets in, was it the 95 Huskers that did not give up a sack? The question is, with 7 future NFL offensive linemen, can Michigan match that stat? They did, right? 95 Nebraska. Now, that was a different era. And
Different era. Nebraska didn't.
How many times they passed the ball that year?
Probably averaged what?
10 a game?
Oh, it was more than that.
13 a game?
Oh, what would they have averaged that
They had 12
year?
games. They probably had like 152 passes.
Try to look this up real quick. Nebraska Cornhuskers stats. All right, passing.
Oh, wow, it's way off.
Tommy Frazier and company averaged 20.7 attempts per game.
Yeah, Michigan.
That's actually more than I would have thought.
Me too.
How many runs did they average per game? Do they have that stat?
58.
Here? I don't see. Oh, no, here it is. Okay. Here were the splits.
Okay.
20.7 pass attempts per game, 57 rushing attempts per game.
Awesome.
Nebraska, so that meant Nebraska averaged almost 78 plays a game. They only faced 66 plays per game.
Wow. Man, they were good.
Yeah.
Some smart people call them the best team of all time. Idiots say that they're second best. Idiots. Dan says, Dan, how do you even keep 7 and not have them transfer? Look, all kidding aside now.
Great point.
That is some insane buy-in. That is incredible buy-in. If you are that good that you could get drafted and you're going to be on the bench, that is some crazy, crazy good buy-in. And that is, again, like that's the type of culture you want as a program. That you're like, yeah, I want to be here because I want to win and I want to get coached by this coaching staff. And I want to be at this school with these.
No, it is. I give credit where credit is due.
That's pretty crazy.
By the way, by comparison, I just pulled this up by random. So Michigan last year averaged 43 rushing attempts per game and 26 passing.
See, I was going to guess that they were probably at 26 or 27 passes. And given the plaudits that McCarthy is receiving this offseason, I think that they're probably going to want to throw it around a little bit more. So maybe 27, 28 passes a game.
I'm curious now because remember, Nebraska was blowing teams out and Brooke Behringer was getting into games and he was considered the better passer. Let's go back to 19. All right, let's go back to 93.
Okay.
A full year where it's all Tommy all the time. 18 pass attempts per game, 53, almost 54 rushing attempts per game.
Okay.
So the passing attempts came down.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. So there you go. Still to come, we do have Nick. Nick thinks he's going to be undefeated, be 7 for 7.
This is pretty impressive.
I got confirmation.
Scott Green of the Terrapin Sports Report. We'll talk about Maryland.
Wow.
Did you hear the news about Tulia Tagovailoa and what he was offered? What he claims he was offered?
No.
Yeah. We'll have that.
Okay.
As part of the preview of the Maryland Terps, who are, of course, on Nebraska's schedule. And still to come, have we really established what our big picture expectations are for Mr. Rule? We'll do that and have more as we continue with Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this very cloudy.
It is. It's so dreary
Thursday.
Outside.
Very Seattle-like out there.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that baby
Oh, my God. That's Diesel, baby. Oh!
That's kind of hot.
That is awesome.
That's kind of hot.
That is legit diesel, man.
That was sexy.
there.
Even backs down like a diesel.
That's awesome. You can feel it.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Working up to a high in the mid-80s today with clouds building in. 20% chance of showers between 4 and 7 p.m. Tonight we'll get to a low of 72 degrees with showers and thunderstorms after 1 a.m. And those will roll into showers and thunderstorms tomorrow morning as well, and mostly clear skies behind that. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, getting reports of delays on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays between 84th and 680. A few delays on the South Expressway over in Council Bluffs if you're headed south between 16th and the I-80 exits. And then delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Hey everyone, I just figured out a life hack. Saul's has a private selection of high-end designer pieces, and you can save up to half off luxury store prices. And Saul's buys your designer stuff that you don't want anymore. Smart high-end shoppers start at Saul's.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Savit for Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream, 2 locations in Benson and the Old Market. You know what it's like in the summer, right? It's hot. We know that. What's better way to cool off than ice cream, and especially ice cream from Ted and Wally's? More than 3,000 flavors. For 35 years, they've made sure that when they make ice cream, they make it the right way. That's why they have 20% butterfat. That's why they do it the old-fashioned way. Check out both locations. Go over to Benson or go over to the Old Market and get some Ted and Wally's today. 35 years of tradition, and tell them Severe sent you.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships. Let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Don't miss Faith and Family Night, Saturday, August 12th at Warner Park, presented by Crown College. The Omaha Storm Chasers play the Iowa Cubs, and stick around for a post-game concert featuring Crowder. For details and tickets, visit omahastormchasers.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers, and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
That almost sounds pornographic.
The 1620 The Zone.
I just saw a tweet. I was watching the MLB Network coverage of the trade deadline, 41 minutes and 48 seconds and counting. 29 teams have made trades in Major League Baseball since July 1st.
Okay.
Would you like to guess the only team that hasn't?
Is it the Angels? No, they made a trade.
Yeah, they made a couple of trades. It's a team you would have thought would have made a trade or two.
Rays?
No.
I don't know that.
The Yankees.
Oh!
The Yankees.
Said the Yankees.
The Yankees have yet to make
Is it the
any
Yankees?
moves. It's the Yankees.
Oh, wow. Good
Should've
job.
said the
Nick.
Yankees.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah, it's the Yankees.
John, we got a comment on YouTube from MS Queen Rodham. I don't know. If I may ask the NFL question, who you got winning the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, the Cleveland Browns and the New York Jets with Aaron Rodgers? Second question, who do you blame if the Jets don't make the playoffs or make anything decent this season in record? Do you blame Ant Rodgers or do you blame the team?
A, who cares? B,
Ant Rodgers.
There was no punctuation. This was one long sentence.
All right, Rodham.
Spelled Rodgers wrong the second time, too.
So if the Jets don't make the playoffs, who do you blame? Well, probably all of the teams in the AFC who are really, really good right now. It's a loaded conference, which is why I'm not convinced. Yeah, theoretically, they will be better at quarterback. I just don't know if you're going to get that Aaron Rodgers. And even if you got that Aaron Rodgers, again, that is a loaded it's a loaded division.
Loaded conference.
And it's a loaded conference.
So who do you have winning on Thursday, though?
I don't care.
Okay. Nick, who do you have winning on Thursday?
Don't care.
Wow. Okay.
What about you, Josh?
I'll go with the Browns.
Brown guy Josh.
We've reached that time where the degenerates, I mean the true degenerates, the people who bet on preseason football.
Degenerates, or are they?
They're degenerates.
Are they sharps?
No, they're not. There's nothing. You can't be a sharp and bet on preseason NFL football
Unless you have intel.
No, you have no. I don't care what intel you have.
What if I had intel that the other team was throwing the game?
They don't play the starters.
Yeah, but what if I know that the backup stinks? Zach Wilson will be the quarterback for the Jets. He stinks.
Here's what you're going to see from Aaron Rodgers on the Hall of Fame game. He's going to be on the sidelines
Talking
with
about cancel culture.
Probably a ball cap on.
Yes.
Pacing and slapping guys on the back.
And giving good takes about Christopher Nolan movies.
Sure.
I'm going to pick The Prestige for Movie Club, and you'll come to appreciate The Prestige.
I don't think so.
Never seen it.
What the hell? What is wrong with you guys?
Oh, I rewatched Interstellar this weekend. I love that movie.
Cool, Nick.
The Yankees are in Interstellar.
Good Lord. They are in Interstellar.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yep.
No, yeah. You're not gonna see the starters.
But John, it's football. It's football.
It's practice.
It's football.
It's practice.
Oh man, this is great, Nick.
Can't wait to see the folding chair be the quarterback for my team.
The folding chair.
Yeah, the way he got folded last year.
Mike White.
Yeah.
No, again, he's a wallet.
My bad.
He's a wallet.
He's a wallet.
My wallet's gone. My wallet's gone.
They better not put Tua out there. He doesn't need to get another concussion.
They'll probably do it for S's and G's. Get on out there, Tua. Show them what you got.
While folks are wondering, what's going to become of the Pac-12, could somebody explain to me, and by somebody I mean you,
I got you, fam.
What is going on with Florida State? People are they overreacting to the idea that Florida State has a meeting, a board of regents meeting or trustees scheduled this week?
Yeah.
Andy Staples tweeted out, the Florida State thing is fascinating. Easy to say it's too expensive to get out of the ACC, and it would be very expensive. But being $30 to $40 million per year behind the schools you recruit against for 13 years is also incredibly expensive in its own way.
Yeah, and that was in follow-up to, he tweeted late last night, you're keeping track of regents and trustees meetings. Here are the ones currently scheduled this week. And then he adds, and when they were scheduled. Tuesday, which is today, Arizona, scheduled Monday. Wednesday, Florida State, scheduled last Thursday. So we hit on this a little bit yesterday. First of all, Kyle says, as always, Josh is right. The prestige is outstanding. Kyle, thank you for your service. So there is this subset of college football internet that adores realignment.
Oh, I know.
Adores it to an unhealthy degree.
A very unhealthy degree.
Yes. And I think that there is very much some like wish casting to it. I think that there is like that fake insider culture.
These are nerds who can't get enough of fantasy sports.
So now they got to change
and
our
now
conferences?
they are projecting it onto real life.
Yeah. So I think that those people are out there. And then I think that the faux insiderdom of sports, and I really do think that we can take this back to 2020. Not to say that there weren't like Chip Brown got a lot of stuff wrong a decade and a half ago.
Sure.
Like people have gotten.
But you know what? I'll give Chip Brown credit. He put his name on it.
And so over the last few years, there have been these, and I called it yesterday the Siriatification of college football.
Which actually is probably true.
And there's others like that in that ilk who are like, I'm hearing this. And like you said, they don't put their name on it. So they're just these random Twitter accounts that build these followings and continue to tell us all the time that realignment's happening. And Florida State has found themselves in one of the latest rumors. The latest rumor from this portion of the internet is Oregon, Washington, Florida State, and was it Clemson are going to the Big Ten. And it's happening soon. And we hear this all the time from these people. But they've been saying this type of stuff for a year now. Now, like look, Andy Staples isn't an idiot. Andy Staples is I view him as a trusted reporter.
Mm-hmm.
I did find what he had to say, the thing that you just read about them potentially joining the league. It's too expensive to get out of the ACC. It would be very expensive. but being $30 to $40 million per year behind the schools you recruit against for 13 years is also incredibly expensive in its own way. I texted someone today that I trust, and I essentially just sent him that tweet. And he was like, yeah, I mean, technically, if you kind of look at the math of it, is you can earn that money back in a shorter amount of time that you would lose. Now, I still think that a lot of this is people wanting it to happen.
Oh, it absolutely it is.
Love that. See, it's just
they're good. These are the folks that are going to be miserable if we ever get to the end of this.
I know, yeah, because they're not going to have anything to talk about anymore. They're going to have to talk about the games on the field. Sad day for so many involved.
And honestly, I am getting to the point where I would just like to rip the Band-Aid off on all of this and just y'all know where you want to go anyway. Y'all want to make this NFL light. Just do it.
Yeah, I
get rid of the teams that don't make you any value and add the teams that give you the value and set it up like NFL light and just be done with it.
I keep thinking this, and I'll say it now on the air. Like, we are in such a sad state of the college football realignment. Like, this isn't the fun stuff anymore. You know, like a decade and a half ago, it was new and it was interesting and it was unique. And people around here were pissed off at the Big 12. And so it was like, yeah, do it. Screw them. Pound sand. And then the Pac-12, well, at the time, the Pac-10 almost became the Pac-16. And we're like, whoa, this rules. This is so cool. And a lot of it was about like big time programs and big brands and Oklahoma and Texas and Oklahoma. Like, whoa, this is going to be nuts. And now we're like, Colorado's going back to the Big 12 and Arizona might be on deck. And it's just like, this is pathetic and sad.
It is.
And like you said, we just need to get like, I feel like we have now reached the very end stage of this era of realignment. I think you can go all the way back to like Penn State and Florida State joining conferences and everything that's happened since then. Some things much bigger, some things much smaller, but that's like all one giant block. But when you have a team returning to a league that they left not even 15 years ago in Colorado, that is, in my opinion, setting up for whatever's next, and whatever's next is going to suck and be sad.
I mean,
so that's the Florida State.
I just would like to pull the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
Just be done with it.
Mustache Adam, I think it's depressing because realignment has now become constant. Nothing can stay the same for even a year.
It's not special because it's happening all the time. It's not special anymore. And don't tell me that it can't be done. I mean, the NCAA, a.k.a. the schools, literally went from giving out money for doing nothing is cheating to it's legal.
Yeah,
overnight. It went from cheating to not cheating overnight.
Yeah.
Something that they fought for decades, for a century. There were two things the NCAA fought more than anything else: not making athletes employees and not allowing for under-the-table payments. They made the second one legal overnight. I would just, I mean, I'm at the point where it's like, get the biggest power brokers in the room, figure out which teams you want. I know why they don't, because then the court cases would come. But the court cases are going to come anyway. So just rip the Band-Aid off and just do it. So we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Amazing Dana says, I'm an NFL idiot who will watch the whole game, but I definitely don't care who wins. He'll watch the whole game on Thursday.
I will not.
We should give a prize away where you get to go watch the first preseason game of the year with them in its entirety.
Huh?
Let's talk to David, our boss, tomorrow about that. A prize where John watches the Hall of Fame game with you.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
And you record a podcast the whole time.
No,
a 3-hour unfiltered John Bishop about the Hall of Fame.
You're the one excited about it. Why don't you do it?
Nah, I'm busy. I got things to do.
Oh, you got things to do.
I got a friend in town. I'm sorry.
Oh, always an excuse.
Well,
sorry. Is it like one of Nick's friends?
No, this person exists.
Okay. Yeah. Scott Green of Terrapin Sports Report joins us next. Maryland is 25 teams in 25 days today.
Grums.
25 grums. That's true.
Quarter.
16. No, it's not.
Quarter.
16-20 the zone.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a Best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a Best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Motley Crue, Half Leopard, the World Tour, with special guest Alice Cooper, August 13th, Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. Tickets on sale now. Get access to preferred seating with your Citi card. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Motley Crue, Half Leopard, the World Tour.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I am just like my mother.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should just get fake plants.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. Right now, save up to $600 and get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses during our Black Friday Now sale. Shop in-store or online at mattressfirm.com. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program. The countdown is on.
Tagovailoa buying time, rolling to his right. He's got Dupree wide open, and he catapults into the end zone for a score.
They set Deitchus in motion, and they hand it off to Hippie, and Hippie does the rest. Right up the gut for 18 yards, and an extra point will tie us.
Talia on 3rd and goal to the end zone.
Touchdown, Terps Dupree.
And Maryland takes the lead over Ohio State.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
Maryland. Remember, we've changed things up this season in 25 teams and 25 grums. We're also looking at all of Nebraska's opponents, of which Maryland is one, in a game that, for now, is scheduled for 2:30 on NBC in Memorial Stadium.
Maybe.
But it could be on a different network at a different time.
Flexed.
Bottom line is this. Huskers will face the Terps.
Yeah.
Scott Green, who covers Maryland for the Terrapin Sports Report, joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Hello, Scott.
How are you?
Good.
We're doing fantastic. I'm curious, the news last week that Talia Tagovailoa revealed that an SEC school offered him $1.5 million to transfer, and then he turns it down. I have to imagine that made him very popular around Maryland, if he wasn't popular already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I probably don't have to tell you guys these NIL numbers that are thrown around. You got to kind of take them with a grain of salt. That said, yes, I can pretty much tell you Auburn did try to throw the kitchen sink at him, and he turned it down. So, yeah, I think if you're Maryland, you're about as pleased as you can be. You got a quarterback coming back who's got multiple years of experience, record-setting numbers, and I think they're really hoping that he can take them to the next level.
Scott, what is the next level? Let's just talk about for him as an individual. What would that look like for him as a quarterback this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd like to see, maybe 4,000 plus yards through the air, cutting down on the interceptions a little bit. And then obviously the big thing is just wins. The last 2 years they've built, started with 7 wins and 8 wins. And I think that, they've got the possibility to win 9 this year. And I think that's kind of what the expectation is.
Talking with Scott Green, Terrapin Sports Report, as we preview Maryland in 25 teams. While he did throw for 3,000 yards last year, 4 of the top 7 receivers from a year ago are gone. As training camp now focuses on what to work on, how much of that is going to be trying to find those new targets for Talia to throw to?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they do lose some, integral guys as far as, the receivers go. But you got to remember, they do return their leading receiver, Jashawn Jones, from a season ago. They return their leading receiver at tight end, Corey Dykes. And then, they bring in guys like Caden Prather, who was the number 1 wideout at West Virginia. They bring in a guy who was the number 1 receiver in all Conference USA at FIU. So the cupboard is not bare as far as receivers go. And, he's had all spring to work with these guys. So, believe it or not, I'll actually say I wouldn't be surprised if we see an uptick in production because the guys they've brought in, I think, are that good.
And then what do you think he's going to get from that running back room, including Roman Hemby, who was almost a 1,000-yard rusher last season?
Yeah, I mean, Hemby obviously is the guy they're really going to rely on. You look at, his total yardage was over 1,200 yards, something like 13, 20 touchdowns. He's going to be the guy. He's going to carry the load. But then, they've got guys like Antoine Littleton. They call him the little bus, and, he can really punch it in from the goal line. So I think as far as, when you talk about the weapons at the skill positions, Maryland's, pretty loaded. I think the key for this team is going to be in the trenches.
And on that note, we're talking with Scott Green, Terrapin Sports Report. Both lines of scrimmage, offense and defensive line, suffered massive turnover from last year. Which of those two sides of the ball, offensive line, defensive line, maybe has the best chance of snapping back into shape earlier?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to say. I guess I'll say the offensive line just because of the talent around them. They bring in, a couple of newcomers. They're probably going to start on the right-hand side. Gottlieb Aidze, actually comes from Frostburg, which is Division II, but they're expecting big things from him. A couple other newcomers there along the offensive line. But, I think given the talent around them, and then, and they've still got a left tackle in Glaze that, is probably the next NFL guy along that front. So I think, with Tagovailoa leading the way, I think that they probably have the chance to gel the quickest. But, we'll have to see. Obviously, like you said, a lot of new parts.
How much can the back 7 of the defense then help the defensive line as they try to find themselves early on in the year?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the back 7, obviously Bo Braid, is the main guy there. He's the Terps returning leading tackler. I think led the team in tackles last year. That the safety room I think is very good. Again, you talk about guys transferring in. They bring in the Cincinnati transfer, who's probably going to start at one of the cornerback spots. So, again, they lose some big guys. Obviously, Deontay Banks is a first round guy. But, you look at Jaquan Shepard is going to come in and fill his spot. And I think they've done a good job of, picking their spots and getting guys who should really be able to help immediately through the portal.
Scott Green, Terrapin Sports Report, as we preview Maryland in 25 teams and 25 grums. You've mentioned some of these names. Who are the ones who are transferring in this year who need to be hits this season if this team's going to hit its goals of getting back to a bowl game again, maybe getting back to that 8 or even beyond win plateau?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I mentioned a few already. Caden Prather comes from West Virginia. he's a deep threat there at wide receiver. Again, you talk about a guy like, coming in from Cincinnati. You've got the cornerback coming in from there. I think he's going to be important, filling in for Deontay Banks. Another name, too, is, along the defensive line, they're actually bringing in another FCS guy, Donnell Brown, who was the FCS All-American, kind of at that edge pass rush position. And, that's another area where they really kind of need to improve. And while he didn't do it at, a level like the Big Ten, he's been productive at the lower level. So if he can bring that same, even close to that production, that's really going to help along the defensive line as well.
Scott, big picture for you. The teams that they lost to in the division last year, they finished the season ranked third in the country, fourth in the country, and seventh in the country. One of the other 5 losses was to the Big Ten West champ, and then you finally lost to Wisconsin. Like, breaking through that kind of ceiling, what does that look like for Maryland fans in 2023?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that, they kind of got to show they can do, now under Loxley is get one of those wins against one of those top 10, top 15 teams in the division, whether it be Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. They've already gotten some wins since they've joined the league against Penn State, but not necessarily when they were great. And obviously they beat Michigan their first year, but that was before Harbaugh got there, and they were really just not playing good football at the time. But I think if they could, break through and get a win over one of those 3 when they're ranked, in the top 10, top 15, I think that's what it would really kind of put Maryland back on the map and have people really excited about what's going on.
Scott Green, who covers Maryland for the Terrapin Sports Report. Scott, we appreciate the preview. Thanks much, and enjoy the run-up to the fall season.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Scott Green of Terrapin's rival site, the Terrapin Sports Report.
Yeah, so last year, again, they lost to the big 3, Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. They lost to Purdue, and then they lost to Wisconsin.
No shame in the losses. The problem is, and you mentioned it, bumping your head against that ceiling.
Yeah.
You have to see Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan this year. And
as always, yep.
And, it's...
They have Northwestern and Illinois from the other side, which is nice.
And Nebraska.
And Nebraska, yeah. And they have a good run-up at the beginning of the season. Towson, Charlotte, Virginia, at Michigan State, Indiana. Before then, they play Ohio State. To answer the question that I asked him towards the end, I think a good season or breakthrough season would be going 1-2 versus one of those 3 schools and finding a way to get to 9 wins. I mean, look, they could go 9-3 technically and lose to all those schools, but if they go 9-3 and one of those wins came against Penn State, Ohio State, or Michigan, I think you're feeling pretty good.
You wonder, and I know Maryland's been better than Nebraska in recent years, but we've talked about how much the loss of the divisions is going to affect schools like a Nebraska. But from the opposite end of the spectrum,
it's going to be beneficial to Maryland.
Right.
Very beneficial.
Because theoretically, they won't be playing all of those same teams every single year.
Yeah.
And now the bar has changed, and, now the goal is to try to finish in the top 2, however that happens. But a lot of that's going to depend on which schedule you draw, probably.
Yeah.
In that particular year. So we will see.
We will.
Let's see. Tomorrow, is this Iowa State?
It is not.
No.
It's not Iowa State.
Clemson
tomorrow.
The voice of the Tigers.
Don Munson.
Friend of the Grum.
Will be back for another season of Clemson football. They just were picked preseason favorites in the ACC. Ahead of Florida State, who's been on the come, as Bo Pelini used to say. He did.
I refuse to believe that.
He did, Nick. That's a phrase. It's a phrase.
He's on. He would be asked about a certain player who is making his.
All right, I'll do that.
Who is making his mark on the depth chart, and he'd say, "Yeah, so and so is on the come."
Taylor Martinez on the come.
You guys get mad at my generation for shortening words, but he should not be shortening phrases.
What phrase is he shortening?
He's not shortening anything.
I assume it means on the come up, but he didn't say the word up.
Well, he's using it in place of he's on the move. You say he's on the move. Instead, he's on the come.
It's a normal phrase, Nick.
Totally normal.
Totally normal. Totally legal.
look at it in print and tell me if it doesn't look like a normal phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the happy hour.
What do we have in the happy hour today?
Well, today in the happy hour.
Indictment news? We're not going to talk about that.
Are you indicted? Have you been indicted?
No, I
probably should be for your takes.
That'd be amazing. The FBI, we're indicting him. Why, sir? For your takes. I picked the Super Bowl to go to overtime.
We heard what he said about Michigan.
What are we expecting long-term out of Matt Rule?
Is Matt Rule on the come?
We'll find out this season.
We will.
And in seasons beyond.
I love football.
And if you would like to join us, you can. 402-951-1620. It's the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. You can tweet at us. Don't forget to vote in our polls. We still have, and it's going on all week long, our regular season record, Phase 3. What will it be? We'll update you on that coming up. And is it fall camp or is it training camp? It's still a very close vote.
Wow.
Should we call it fall camp or training camp?
Stand in line.
Why are we standing in line?
Because you got to stand in line. We'll deliver pizza.
That's the best part about our polls is you don't have to stand in line for them. You don't have to go anywhere.
I'll give them pizza.
You're going to give them pizza?
No.
How are you going to do that?
No, I don't know.
You literally can go right to the website.
I love pizza.
At USC 1620 on Twitter right now and vote.
I already did.
And they're not being limited.
Now. Can we do pizza tomorrow?
If you're buying.
Hey, John, you have a house and a grill deck. Can you get us a pie?
Why would I get you a pizza?
Well, it's for us. It's our pizza, comrade. It's the Grum pizza.
You want me to bring a pizza all the way in from Lincoln? You're cold.
I mean, there's pizza places in Omaha.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fine. Thought we could do like a fun thing tomorrow, but I guess not.
You can bring it, Nick.
You think I can afford a pizza? You know what I eat.
Yeah, that's right. Rice cakes.
It's true. He couldn't even afford the Jack's pizza.
It's $5, Josh.
Oh my gosh, Nick.
It's crazy.
I feel bad now for asking him to buy us One Beer Friday back in the days where it wasn't sponsored by our fine friends at Nebraska Craft.
No, we don't have to worry about
I could
that
make
anymore.
that work.
We don't have to worry about that anymore. 1620 zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like his stall still has the right lane blocked on westbound Maple at 102nd. Roadwork has traffic down to just one lane on westbound Leavenworth between Saddle Creek and 49th. Expect delays through there. If you're west on I-80, delays starting at 50th going to 84th. If you're east on I-80, delays at 96th going to at least 60th. And then it looks like there's some delays on the southbound Saddle Creek between Barnum and Pacific. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Exercise your right to vote.
I'm voting for this taco.
Vote for Fernando's Mexican Restaurant for best Mexican dining and best margarita at bestofomaha.com today. Come join the fiesta at Fernando's.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Paid for by Maxiderm Labs. Men, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance in the bedroom? If you're a 5, take it to 10. If you're a 10, why not take it up to 15? With Maxiderm Power Surge. Maxiderm's new Power Surge Red Pill makes you more potent than you or your partner ever imagined. It's like going from a sedan to a supercharged high-performance sports car. And it works fast. Just minutes. And now you can try it free. Just call 1-800-418-4697. If you thought being a 10 was great in the bedroom, just imagine what a 20 must be like. Experience off-the-scale virility with Maxiderm's new Red Pill Power Surge. You'll never want to go back to being just a 10. Call 1-800-418-4697 now to experience male enhancement supercharged. 1-800-418-4697 for your free trial and ask about our VIP club rewards. Hurry, this offer is limited. Call 1-800-418-4697.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
I like your new graphics.
Yeah,
very cool.
It was a nice little upgrade. I'm glad I was able to figure it out enough to make it somewhat effective. Happy hour here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. If you missed any of the earlier parts of the Grum, Michael Brunswick was with us to give us the latest on Husker football camp. Mitch Holtis, I know many of you will want to go back and listen to that.
Oh, yeah, it was almost 10 minutes.
Don't disrespect the Chiefs.
Especially the non-Chiefs fans. Also, Jackson McAndrew from Minnesota committed to Creighton today, so that was a big pickup. I saw the Nebraska women's team was playing in Europe, I believe Greece.
Nice.
I believe they won today.
Mamma Mia.
Remember, Mamma Mia. Remember. Oh, I forgot to show you a tweet yesterday, John. I don't know if I can. We can put it on the air.
I love that tweet.
But it was very funny.
It's my favorite tweet.
Oh, I don't know why you couldn't.
Okay, so Shang Ping sent us a tweet. It said, listening to the radio replay, loved your take on Live Mario. And Mario says, I take it the blood money. Because it was Mario Golf.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of the basketball team, so all these teams are just going all over the place. They're gallivanting.
Yeah, Creighton's leaving for the Bahamas tomorrow.
Yeah. Remember that one time Jim Harbaugh, my coach, and still your Michigan coach, by the way, when he took his team over to Italy and people were really triggered by it?
I don't remember them being triggered.
Oh, yeah. People were. Why is he doing that?
What?
Why don't they ever get mad at basketball coaches for going overseas?
I mean, they've been doing this kind of stuff in basketball and volleyball for years.
Why is it okay for basketball but not for football?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't have a problem at all.
I'm just here defending Jim Harbaugh.
Well, I know you are.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay.
You can afford it.
Yeah,
It's a good excursion.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly.
Why not? Why not? So, yesterday, here on the Grum, by the way, 5 minutes, 53 seconds to the trade deadline.
Oh, yeah, guy just got traded.
Well, there have been a few today. We'll recap all of it tomorrow with Mike Farron.
Jack Flaherty.
Yeah. The Orioles, according to Ken Rosenthal, Jack Flaherty going from the Cardinals to the Orioles.
It's not Flaherty.
It's Flaherty. One of the national analysts, I don't remember which one.
Josh Pate from 24/7 Sports
said that Matt Rule could be Nebraska's Brian Kelly.
Yes.
The point, I'm assuming, being that Brian Kelly ushered in a period of success and stability for Notre Dame after they had some high peaks and low valleys. Just a little all over the map, post Lou Holtz world.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nebraska hasn't had the high peaks. They've had the low valleys.
They've had nothing but valleys.
And he says they could be he could be their
He
version.
could be their version of Brian Kelly.
Basically a canyon.
We've never really addressed it much, but what would be if, let's just use that as the benchmark. Let's say that Matt Rule has success relatively comparable to a Brian Kelly. I know Brian Kelly at Notre Dame has no conference championships because they don't play in a conference.
Yeah.
Did make a playoff.
Two playoffs.
Right.
Two playoffs and a BCS championship game.
What and obviously the 12-team era is going to be ushered in next year.
Which is
that a good enough benchmark? If he became, let's just assume he becomes the Brian Kelly of Nebraska, where you get those 8, 9, 10, and sometimes 11 win seasons, and it's just very relatively consistent.
High floor. You know, he had one real bad season there. One real bad season in 2016. I believe they went 4-8.
Mm-hmm.
They lost a lot of one-score games. Remind me of anybody. He ended up jettisoning a ton of his assistants after that year.
True.
And then they rebounded in 17, and then they made the playoff in 2018. And we're kind of asking this question for two reasons. One, as you said, we haven't done this yet.
No.
It's August 1st, and we haven't really ever done this. The other was, and I know you and I had our fun yesterday because of Brian Kelly, but I brought up that I had seen a Husker fan say, that would suck. I'm not looking for him to be Brian Kelly. I'm looking for more than that. And first of all, I think that's a crazy opinion to have. Just if you look at Brian Kelly's success, or rather his resume without knowing who it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that Nebraska is going to have that level of success in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 years, and you're going to be disappointed because it's not at a higher level. Now, I think part of this for me that makes it difficult is that I view Nebraska as not a national championship level program anymore. And I haven't for a long time. And I don't think that they will ever win one again in my lifetime. So if you're saying, Josh, they're going to, whatever Brian Kelly's conference title equivalent is, they're going to do that on a pretty regular basis. And as you just pointed out, in a 12-team era, they're probably going to make the playoff more often than not.
Well,
you're saying that, like, I'm saying, sign me the hell up. That sounds incredible.
Well, let me throw this out at you. You mentioned, the Kelly resume. He's got a couple of playoff appearances and a BCS final.
Yep.
In each of his last 5 seasons at Notre Dame, and again, we're projecting here, but I think it's a safe projection. Notre Dame would have made the last 5 playoffs in a 12-team era.
Wow.
Because they were obviously in.
Yeah. They made
11-2.
Yep.
Well, that was the year they went to the Fiesta Bowl and Marcus Freeman took over. But 11-2, 10-2, 11-2, 12-1, 10-3. They would have been in the playoff probably all 5 of those years.
Yeah. I mean, if you look especially at where they finished in the regular season.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that we're all going to have to get used to.
John, it's going to be a game changer.
We're all going to have to get used to as we're watching the trade deadline tick down, right? Yes, there are teams that do aspire to win the World Series, right? There are teams that are closer to that, or at least they look to be closer to that than others. The Atlanta Braves, for example. But everybody that's making moves today are doing so to try to position themselves to do what? To get into the tournament, to get into the playoff. Because you can't win a World Series until you make a playoff.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the new mindset of college football, especially starting next season. It's all, yes, the Alabamas, the Ohio States, the now Michigans, the Georgias, of course, they're going to be looking at, we got to win the whole thing. We want to win the whole thing. But that's where those programs are currently, right? But everybody is now going to be shooting for one of those 12 spots because you don't have to win a conference to get one of those 12 spots. Getting 4, and I know it wasn't always this case, but to get to one of those 4 spots, you almost had to win your conference. And I realize there were some notable exceptions, but you basically had to win your conference. Now, in a 12-team era, everything is different. And especially in a 12-team era that's also happening in a time where 2 leagues, one of whom Nebraska's in, is pulling away from the rest of the sport and thus could end up getting more teams than other conferences do in the playoff. That's now the new goal. The new goal is to make a playoff. So to respond to the commenter that you were mentioning yesterday, if what I just read off in Brian Kelly's last 5 years at Notre Dame projects would be true, this is exactly what we've been talking about for the last few years. It's not about getting Nebraska back to the 95 level. It's about getting Nebraska to the 1985 level. Because it was getting Nebraska to the 1985 level and maintaining that for the better part of 2 decades that allowed Nebraska to take the next step up starting in basically 1993 and finishing out Tom Osborne's tenure, that allowed the program to achieve the highest of heights. So my argument would be absolutely. If you could get Brian Kelly-like Notre Dame results out of Matt Rule at Nebraska, I don't think you can ask for anything better. I don't think you can ask for anything better. And you might say, well, but what if, can't we think that,
Yeah, because
he
people
could
say
be,
you
he
can't
could
ask
be,
for more, John. You can ask for a natty.
Sure you could, but you got to get to that level first. Schools like Nebraska, and we've established this for the longest period of time, Nebraska is the most overachieving college football or men's basketball school of all time. In terms of when you compare the 2 sports, I'm not talking about Nebraska ball, but when you look at where the national champions come from in the 2 major money sports, no program has been as successful historically from a national championship perspective coming from a smaller population base than the University of Nebraska football program. I've done the numbers. There, I got the spreadsheet. If you want to see them someday, send me your email. I'd love to share it with you. Nebraska is the most overachieving program of all time. They have to, in order to make that kind of jump, to get to a spot where they were in 1971, to get to a spot where they were in 1994, 95, and 97. They have to first get to that baseline of being consistently good to great, like Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame. That's what Nebraska has to do. Nebraska's not just going to go out there and overnight. Matt Rule will never get recruiting classes like Nick Saban or Ryan Day or Kirby Smart.
No.
Until you can establish the baseline of the success that a Brian Kelly had at Notre Dame. I don't think if you're a Nebraska fan, you could ask for anything more. If he could be to Nebraska what Brian Kelly was to Notre Dame, and you're not signing that contract, I am going to have you committed.
Good.
You're out of your mind.
Sam writes 2 6 to 7 win seasons with bowls, 5 or more 8-win seasons, sneak an 11 to 12 win season in at some point. So he gives us like truly numbers. Boom, 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 boom.
Sure. And I would classify that as a step below. Because again, Brian Kelly, save for one bad year, 2016, he won 10 or more games 7 times, and he won 8 or more games in every year except for that one serious dip in 2016.
Yeah. Otherwise, very consistent. Speaking of consistent,
I'd take it.
Rusty and a few others have brought up this name, Bo Pelini. Bo Pelini at Nebraska. Rusty Osa says PJ Fleck at Minnesota type is the baseline success level. Obviously, better than that would be successful too, but just returning to consistent winning football would have to be considered a success, I'd say. See,
and I would agree. Now what I'm looking at, Josh, I'm looking at Brian Kelly, Notre Dame, as being
like the end game, right?
That's the goal.
That's the yes. Like Matt Rule could be successful if he got Nebraska back to that level. If you want to say slam dunk home run higher, yeah, he becomes Nebraska's Brian Kelly.
But yeah, at this point,
Nebraska being
I would be okay with Bo Pelini like
annual. I mean, look, I don't want to piss people off. Nebraska being kind of in the neighborhood of Wisconsin football over the last decade and change. Like that's kind of where you want to be, right? You know, that was sometimes in the top 10, always in the top 20. You know, and to go back to what Matt Rule said last week on Thursday, a respected program, feared at times. You know that you play them, you're going to feel it again the following Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday.
Let me throw this out. Let's just throw some numbers out. Let's say for every 10 years, and I'm not expecting Matt Rule to be here for 20 years, but let's say in a 10-year period, you got 2 playoff appearances and 7 bowl games. So 7 bowl trips. That's total. So the playoff appearances also count as bowl trips.
So 7 bowl trips, 3 seasons.
7 out of 10
bowless.
years, you're in the postseason.
And
2 of those times, you're in the college football playoff. Would you take that?
God, yes. I mean, especially because in theory, you'd be like, well, that probably means this year they won't make a bowl game. So that means they're going to make it 7 out of 9 years. I think that'd be yes. Now, again, I can't not view this through the prism of what they have been. The last 6 years, this is a bad. I know, but there are some who don't, who still view it as, you know, if they lose to Minnesota on opening night, they have this warped, well, it wouldn't happen in 1999. Like, yes, I know, but it's not 1999 anymore. You know, got to move on. So I would take that. I would take that any day. But I still know that there are some, it seems like they're out there, you know, that wouldn't.
Britton writes on the YouTube chat. He says Notre Dame makes it in the polls based on reputation alone.
Oh, my gosh.
This has nothing to do with whether or not Notre Dame makes the polls or not. The results are the results.
Yes.
The last 5 years at Notre Dame, Brian Kelly won 10 or more games every year.
Come on, dude. Come on.
It's about the results. It's not about the perception. And, oh, by the way, if remember, Nebraska used to get the poll kiss too.
Mm-hmm.
There were some Osborne teams that won 9 games that didn't deserve probably to finish inside the top 12, but they did. Why? Because they had established that reputation.
It's not the 70s anymore, man. Like Notre Dame doesn't get weird high spots in the rankings because they're Notre Dame. That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist anymore.
And by the way, it doesn't matter where you are in the polls.
They keep winning games. That's the discussion we're having. Go look at the teams that made the playoffs or made the national championship. They beat ranked teams along the way. Sometimes at home, sometimes on the road.
The only poll that's going to matter is the committee poll.
And you know what the committee did twice? Put them in the playoff. Jake says, national relevance. Every other season, a top 15 finish and or college football playoff bowl berth once it expands. Be in the Big Ten hunt every November. Don't get your butt kicked by Ohio State, Michigan, USC, and Penn State. Man, every other season, top 15. That's a very high bar.
That is a very high bar.
Because you know what that means almost. It does almost mean every other season you're a playoff team.
Honestly, that's a Brian Kelly bar right there.
It is. That's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. Again, I think we just kind of figured out what it would be, you know, slam dunk wise.
I think that would be because if you look at it, those last 5 seasons, Notre Dame finished anywhere from 8th to 12th.
Yeah.
So yeah, what he just described is the Brian Kelly bar.
Yeah.
I would be happy with a step below that. I think the outline of, you know, 2 playoff bids, 7 bowl, postseason appearances in 10 years. That'd be in the neighborhood of a step below, right?
Yeah.
And people have invoked Bo Pelini. I don't know if any of Pelini's teams would have made a playoff in a 12. Maybe the 2010
See, yeah, because
team
Adam said that. He said
would have
his
made the
teams would have
playoff.
made a playoff. I don't like if you just go off of the AP rankings, which I know is kind of it's not the best exercise to do, but it's the best thing that we have, or even the BCS rankings. They never entered the postseason, aka after a conference championship game, better than like 19th or something. Like they were, or maybe they were never inside the top 12.
So they wouldn't have been,
because you have to be inside the top 12.
Right.
They almost would have made it in 2009 because they almost beat Texas, and in 2010, and they would have been playing for a spot against Wisconsin in 2012. So they would have gotten close.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, no cigar.
Yeah.
No cigar.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, and I'm sure there's some.
Oh, one dork already showed. The bar is Bo Pelini. It has been since the fateful November day. You got to move on. But yes, that's now the success level that we're talking about.
Sure it is.
But you can't just be like, this got him fired. Yes, that was a decade ago. It is time for us to all be adults and move on.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
We're done.
Yeah.
In the words of Bo Pelini, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. What got Bo fired was his attitude.
And he's not here anymore.
And he's not here
never
anymore.
going to be here anymore. We need a sports flash.
Sports flash. Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
By the way, Chris Uck says, top 15, have we ever had that finish that high since 2001? They did finish 14th in 2009 after the bowl game. How about this news coming down?
Okay.
Hunter Deckers, Iowa State quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're saying, Josh, why are you doing a sports flash about Hunter Deckers? Why should I care about that?
Yeah.
Well, he is accused of betting on Iowa State sports. They've been doing all that research into the gambling situations. Iowa State is a problematic state, many are saying. But the issue is not so much that he was betting on Iowa State sports, but that he also placed a wager on a 2021 football game between Iowa State and Oklahoma State when he was a backup quarterback for the Clones. He did not play in that game.
Wow.
He completed this is according to Travis Hines and Randy Peterson of the Des Moines Register. Deckers completed approximately 366 mobile and online sports wagers, totaling over $2,799.
That's not good.
So about $10 a bet. He started all 12 of their games last year, though, and he would face permanent loss of eligibility under the guidelines of the NCAA if this is proven to be true. Not great.
We wondered if one of the people pinched there in Iowa from this gambling break, crackdown, wasn't going to face some lengthy probationary period.
Yeah.
It sounds like that's going to be the case here.
As David Ubben writes, friend of the Grum, other than a head coach betting against his own team, this is basically the worst case scenario for this Iowa betting saga.
Yeah. Because
it's a
again, you're
player.
betting on your own team.
Yeah, I think
on or against.
And we talked about it back in April when the news broke and in the weeks and months afterwards. Like, I think that there can be a lot of forgiveness to be had for college athletes betting on other sports. Certainly there can be forgiveness had for them. I shouldn't even give them forgiveness. They should just be allowed to bet on the professional version of the sports that are NCAA sanctioned. Like, a football player should be able to bet on the NBA finals. It doesn't bother me. This, though, is something you cannot do. And like, we watch the games because we want to think that everything is on the up and up and that either team has a chance to win that day. This is not good.
No, it's not. Iowa State's going to have a little bit of an issue on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
So
Iowa State's coming up this week. And
oh, yeah. What day do we have Iowa State?
25 teams and 25 grums.
16th.
Oh, the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, never mind.
Not
That's in
for
2
another
weeks. Oh, that's my wedding day. I won't be here. All right, have fun talking about gambling.
Well, what else will happen between now and then?
Can't you just push back the wedding by a week?
No.
Oh, well.
No, Nick. To talk Iowa State football?
Yeah.
Sorry, dear. We got to push the wedding back to the 23rd because Nick wants me here to talk about the Cyclones.
The trade deadline is done. The Yankees did eventually make a trade.
They traded.
So now everybody made a trade. At least everybody made a trade.
The trade boys.
They traded for a relief pitcher. I'm scrolling down. A lot of stuff came in, and I can't find it right now. But so that's it. That's what the Yankees did. That's what your franchise did. The winningest franchise in American professional sports. No big deal. No big names.
Man.
No big moves. Just relief pitcher.
I follow a Yankees fan on Twitter. Man, that guy is not happy. He's not happy with his Yankees.
They traded with the White Sox for Keenan Middleton.
Oh, man, what a big deal.
Right-handed relief pitcher.
Big deals.
So there you go.
Big shoes.
We're going to need like 5 segments to recap all of these trades, one by one in complete detail with Mike Farron tomorrow.
Don't you wish that on me?
Wow.
I'm taking
Don't you wish Mike Farron on me?
No,
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Can I take the day off? And not have to use
You're
a
always taking days off.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking
I'll be
about?
gone in a couple weeks.
I'm here right now, aren't I? Look at this. I'm next to you, John. I'm across from you, Nick. I have vacation days.
Vacation boy Josh.
I have vacation days, and I don't ask permission to use them. I take my vacation days.
Coming up next, more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Union Omaha. Thankfully, you don't have to take vacation days to see them play soccer tomorrow night, but it's going to be like a vacation if you're there because the atmosphere is phenomenal. And how about this? Only $2 to get in. Lexington Sporting Club comes into town tomorrow. It is Women in Sports Night, and the tickets just $2 for berm seats, not to mention hot dogs, nachos, Pepsi products, and domestic beers, all $2 as well. So go to unionomaha.com today to purchase tickets for this one. Incredible deals. $2? Are you serious? In this economy? Yeah, you can get into the game. You can watch. You can eat. I mean, that's a full dinner for like $8 for me because I'd get a couple of hot dogs, some nachos, and then a delicious beer. Also, they have another match coming up on Saturday. It's going to be a busy month. 3 home matches coming up at Warner Park. Great atmosphere. Whole family. You and a friend. You and a partner. Heck, just you solo. You'll have a great time. Whether you're a diehard supporter of soccer, whether you've never been to a match before, it's going to be great. Go to their website today to purchase those tickets, unionomaha.com.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
The best programs that have the best bond between players, the way you recruited that kid when he was a junior or senior in high school, and the way you treated him and got to know him is the same when he gets on campus, and he's not just a number. Exactly. He's still that same person that you were in mama's front room eating dinner and trying to woo mom and dad or whoever that they could trust you with their son. You develop about a 6-year relationship and then hopefully a relationship for life as a coach.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from a Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy into this evening with the temperatures around 80. Showers and thunderstorms are likely late night tonight. Lows should drop back to around 70. And showers and a few thunderstorms mainly Wednesday morning. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, highs in the lower 80s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like his stall still has the right lane blocked on westbound Maple at 102nd. Roadwork has traffic down to just 1 lane on westbound Leavenworth between Saddle Creek and 49th. Expect delays through there. If you're west on I-80, delays starting at 50th going to 84th. If you're east on I-80, delays at 96th going to at least 60th. And then it looks like there's some delays on the southbound Saddle Creek between Barnum and Pacific. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Lanahan Nursery's summer cool-down sale is going on now to help you beat the heat. Hot deals throughout the store and 25% off ball and burlap deciduous trees. Price includes installation. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Savit for Ted and Wally's. 2 locations, of course, in Benson and the Old Market. It is the best destination in town for ice cream. It's fun for the whole family. You having a birthday? You having some special event? you want to bring ice cream, especially during the summer, because you know what? It's hot and ice cream cools you off. If you're thinking nostalgia, remembering back to those good old summers when you were growing up, you remember ice cream in your life, and you probably remember going to Ted and Wally's. 2 locations in Benson and the Old Market. Check them out today and tell them Severe sent you.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beers, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Whoa, Sandra. So in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond. Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder. Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university. Smart way to save, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start September 5th.
This is me at MCC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Tight meant good. Right. I'm tight. John's not. Like that.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Updating our expectations poll question, 1,700 votes, and you can vote now through the rest of the week. At USC 1620 on Twitter, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. What will Nebraska's regular season record be in 2023? 62% say 6-6 or 7-5. 26.6% say 4-8 or 5-7. 8.2% say 8-4 or better. 3.2% say 3-9 or worse. So what that means is the positivity index, as we call it, is at 70.2%. So 70% of you believe that Nebraska will be in a bowl game next year.
I thought it was interesting, too, the way a listener yesterday described it, where the 4-8 to 7-5 crowd, I mean, that takes up what? Like almost 90%?
You're looking at 88, 89%.
Yeah. And obviously that's shaded much more in the positive direction.
Sure.
But I found that interest, like that, view it through that lens. It's like, all right. And I think that fits,
it's
right?
the middle, because I given the schedule, if you're a pessimist, given the schedule, it's even hard to make the argument for less than 4 wins. I think it is hard to make the argument, as long as all things are equal, no weird ass injuries or scandals or anything like that. But just given the nature of the schedule, Nebraska should at least get 4 wins. At least.
Mm-hmm.
And from the positive side of things, you could look at the team and you see the numbers. It's over 100 out of the 132 guys on the roster are listed as freshmen or sophomores. A lot of turnover. That you could look at that angle and say, yeah, it's not going to be 10 wins or more. Again, given some of the things on the schedule. So it makes a lot of sense that that expansive middle turf of between 4 and 7 wins makes an awful lot of sense.
It does. Yeah, for sure.
And if you want to be, I think right now, in my opinion, if you want to be uber positive, you're talking yourself into 8 or 9 wins.
Yeah, I think 8 is where my positivity meter is at its highest.
If you're going much higher than that, then again, I will have you committed. Like Joe in Phoenix, for example.
Speaking of committed.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
How did I know as soon as I heard the word committed?
He was going right to you.
Yeah, I just kind of figured that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so going back to the last hire and how enthusiastic I was, and we don't need to go back and revisit that,
No.
obviously, because we were all wrong.
Yeah.
The thing that concerns me, I'm with you, John. I couldn't agree more, especially with the divisions going away. You know, if Nebraska could win 9 to 10 games a year in the Big Ten as we know it moving forward next year, you're putting yourself in a position to go to the playoffs every year. I mean, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it because, like you guys have said, I think eventually it's going to be the Super 2 conferences. So those are going to be the 2 conferences that are going to eat up all 12 spots. So it's not hard to believe that if Nebraska could finish in the top 4, even if it is number 4 every year, they're going to be probably an automatic playoff team. With that being said, and I've noticed that no one, it was talked about just a tad bit when he first got hired, but because everyone wants to drink the Kool-Aid and believe that, you know, this is finally going to be the coach that's going to turn it around. The only thing that concerns me about Rule, I love the attitude. Obviously, we all know he can talk to the media and he can turn chicken poop into chicken salad.
Right.
But his record against ranked teams isn't very good.
No.
And I don't want to make it to the comparison of Bo because, like you said, the reason Bo got fired, I believe, was 3 reasons. His attitude, he didn't want to be there. And every time we played anyone with a heartbeat, and as soon as something bad happened, the floodgates opened and Nebraska got killed. Now, that didn't happen with Rule, but that's where my concern is because, you know, granted, how long was he at Temple for? 2 years, 3 years?
5.
So he was at Temple at 5.
4 years.
4 years.
4. Okay. So he was at Temple at 4, and then he was at Baylor for 3, right?
Yeah, 7 years.
Okay. So, I mean, he never really beat anybody. Now, granted, he was at Temple, so who's he going to play? And he's got a very, very small, what's the word you want to look for? A very, very small, you know, piece of the pie as far as how many good teams he played while he was at Baylor. So, I mean, that's really my only concern. My only other fear with Rule is that, yes, how old he's got another. How many kids does he have? Do we know?
2.
Okay,
Matt Rule's
so
got
we
2
know
kids.
that one, and I don't want to get off it, but if you saw the interview that Damon did, his oldest son is actually going to stay back in Carolina this year and live with his parents. So I believe he has a daughter. Is that true?
Yes.
And she's fairly young, right?
I believe so. I believe around 9 or 10, I think. 10 or 11.
So if you're a Nebraska fan, if you really want to kind of figure out what the longevity of Matt Rule is at Nebraska, if he's ever going, because he's still in his 40s as well, if he's going to make the move, let's see, his daughter's 10 now. Normally you're 17, 18 when you graduate from high school. If he was to get to Nebraska to the point to where, you know, he got him to, you know, whatever 80s levels, whatever that is, you know, in this new current day and age, that would be my only concern because, you know, this is a guy who's been coaching now for 8 years, 9 years, however long he was in the NFL, and he's moved 3 times. You know, and I'm sure he said when he went to Baylor, and I'm, you know, obviously the NFL is different, but I'm sure he said when he went to Baylor that this is where he wanted to be, and this is where he wanted to be for a long time. And he said all the same things that he said at Nebraska. So, you know, if they can get back to 6-6, 7-5 this year, I think that the state should almost think about running a parade. And then with the schedule being the way it is the next 2 years, considering, you know, until the depth is built on the offense and defensive line, whether you want to admit it or not, you're not going to compete with Ohio State and Michigan at a consistent level. I don't take USC as that big of a threat because I personally believe, unless the Big Ten decides to make sure that USC never plays a road game in late October or early November in any of the big-time schools, they're going to take a step back because of the type of play they play, and that they just don't have that type of physicality in the Pac-10, and they've never recruited to it. So
yeah, there's going to be an adjustment, and that's one thing we have to account for.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks. Appreciate the call.
Joseph, which is the longer name of Joe, tweets in, Joe's argument is flawed. When you're taking over bottom of the barrel programs, you're not going to beat many ranked teams in those first 2 years. I have not viewed, and for the record, I don't think that, like, he was just bringing up as a concern. I don't think that that's a big deal, but I know that others do. Partly because I view it the way Joseph does. It's like if they were 1 and whatever and 2 and whatever in the first couple of years combined, 3 total wins, they're not going to beat anybody, let alone ranked teams. And by the time that he got good at Baylor, they didn't beat anybody ranked that year. And then he went to the NFL.
The
if he'd been like a college coach for like 10 years.
Yeah, the problem is there's not a big enough sample size.
Correct. And the other one, like, I'll be honest, I do not like it when anybody their concern is, what if he leaves because he's so good? Like, then they're good. Like, but I am viewing it from that perspective. I will never allow myself to go down the road of, but what if he's good and goes to Penn State?
Then he's good and he goes to Penn State.
Nebraska is a good football program.
But that meant he did something good here.
Yeah, we can cross that. We can cross that at a later date.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know about what his longevity is going to be. Hell, let's just say he does here what he did at Baylor.
That'd be pretty sweet.
I think at this point you'd take it.
Yeah.
You'd take it, and then you would hope you would be in a position based on where he left you that you would, again, trust Trev Albers to go out and make another really good hire, and you build off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the good news is, at least in my opinion, I don't think Matt Rule is interested in coaching the NFL anymore.
I don't either.
So you're not worried about that. So let's just pretend that that's true and you throw that off the table. Outside of Penn State, which is his alma mater, but also has high aspirations, Matt Rule would have to do something really, really good here to get the kind of attention from the kind of job that would be a step up from this.
Like really, really good.
Like if Nick Saban retires. Right.
Yeah.
We'll throw that out there. We'll throw that out there. He would have to do something really, really good here.
Texas opens up.
To get the attention of a school like that in 3 or 4 years, should that job open up.
Yeah.
And again, you would take that.
Adam texts into 402-951-1620. If Rule leaves in you for a better job, that is the least of our concerns. That would mean he was successful. People can't live in that mindset. You think Notre Dame fans expected Kelly to leave? It happens. Bingo. By the way, the Arizona board meeting has started. They voted to go into executive session, so there are no cameras in the room. Well, there are. They're just not on. No live stream.
This is going to be awesome when we find out it's actually about, something to do with the
we were talking about being a Coke school instead of Pepsi.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure something. I think we will know within the next 10 days.
Dude, I think it might be sooner than that.
It could be, but I'll give myself a little leeway. Within 10 days, we'll know if Arizona's sticking around or not, or we'll know if Arizona's headed off.
I don't have any plans for tonight, so I'm wondering if it's going to happen tonight when I have no plans. Then I'll be like, I have to get on Twitter and scroll.
They're changing their name to the Arizona Frosts.
That would be a bad move. 3-9, 4-8.
How would you do that?
Because they want to lose some more.
I don't know. I'm not them, John. Ask them.
What do we have in content today?
What do we have in content?
I'm actually asking because
I don't have it.
Yeah, you didn't send content, so we're literally asking. What's in content?
Folks are still wondering why we haven't given our takes on the most important thing from the start of Husker fall camp.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the most important thing of the weekend.
You mean training camp?
The Michigan food stuff. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Oh, boy lunch.
Boy lunch.
Yeah.
Dude, those tendies looked good.
They look.
Get some
really
buffalo sauce for those bad boys.
That's some like gas station quality tendies, but like good gas station tendies.
The hot dog looked crappy.
It needed mustard. Really.
It needed grill marks. They steamed that dog, I think.
What else that's a boiled dog.
What else do we have in content?
Let's see. Oh, you'll have multiple places to watch the Super Bowl this year.
Oh,
and an old familiar name from Nebraska ball past.
Danny Nee
is back in the news.
Oh,
as we have content next on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is now open in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Let It Fly Sports Bar is excited to introduce you to a unique twist on food, drinks, and sports, while raising the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Our 12,000 square foot sports bar includes 2 floors and a live glass enclosed studio featuring the Let It Fly show and 80 TVs. If you want high energy, entertaining environment while dining, Let It Fly Sports Bar is the spot for you. Now open.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No
At
Limit.
Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Results may vary, not endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable sauce and fresh ingredients and unique combinations of bold flavors. Visit Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill, 178th and Harrison.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Oh, good news, Yankees fans. Apparently, one more deal got in before the deadline.
Oh, what happened?
Spencer Howard has been acquired from the Rangers for cash.
Break him down. Does he throw a cutter?
He probably does.
Does he throw a fastball?
Wicked
He
curve?
definitely does. So congratulations, Yankee fans. You're back.
Maybe a
Folks.
slider,
Mm.
a slurve.
Does he have trouble with the curve?
That's a movie, right?
I think so.
Cool.
Never saw it.
Many people on many sides are demanding takes about Nebraska's practice jerseys. No longer do they include stripes on the shoulders. They're stripeless. Is this cause for a celebration?
I didn't even notice this.
So you did not see this,
No.
but you have now heard about this.
Is this a big deal? Is this a
guess-
huge deal?
I
Are people
saw
freaking out
I
about
saw
this?
the internet streets were very happy.
The internet street?
Oh, the internet was happy about this?
Yeah, a rare, surprising move Nebraska did that people were happy about. So you know what I forgot? So they've had like these Adidas stripes on their shoulders for a while.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when they looked like it was like claws? Do you remember that at all?
I
Where it
thought
looked
that's
like...
what they were. That's what
So
I thought that's what they
I thought
always
so
were.
too. In spring ball this last year, they were just normal stripes.
Oh.
Yeah. I actually liked the stripes.
I didn't mind the
Yeah, I thought that they were solid.
They're first of all, they're practice jerseys. We don't get to see them practice but for about 20 minutes 3 different times.
I want them to put a sponsorship on the jersey, like in the NFL. I think that's cool.
No.
I want 1620 The Zone to sponsor the practice jersey.
You know how expensive they would make that for
1620
us?
the practice
jersey. What is it, like $5? You think we'd have access to practice if we paid for the practice jerseys?
Get on the phone with our new boss.
Yeah.
And tell Keeley that
Keeley.
Josh wants to forfeit his annual
Keeley.
salary to pay for sponsorship on the
whoa,
Nebraska practice jersey.
Forfeit?
No, Josh, it's exposure. It's exposure. That's what it is.
No, I don't want to forfeit my salary, John. How would I live? How would I make money?
You would live with the joy in your heart that the 1620 The Zone logo is on Jeff Sims' practice jersey.
Don't know if that's sustainable for my, tum-tum when I'm hungry. I'd have to eat like Nick.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I don't wish that on anyone.
Rice cakes and day-old bread.
Isn't that what most of you marathon people eat anyway, is rice cakes?
I do
and
like
day-old
rice.
bread?
I had some rice this week. I'm going to have some rice.
Day-old bread?
Yeah.
Do you eat all your bread in one? Do you eat a whole loaf?
No, I don't know why I said day-old bread. Nick, it's only 50 cents at Jimmy John's. Well, it used to be. It's probably $1 now because of Biden.
Yeah,
Day-old bread.
I don't think I can afford that.
I should try it. Dang it. Hey, he's coming for our bread now, too.
That old battle axe.
Battle axe. The trade deadline is come and gone. Has it changed who you like to win it all in October?
I'm trying to remember who I liked before the season. It was probably one of the New York teams. The Astros are looking pretty good. The Braves are a really good baseball team. I feel like it's going to be Astros Braves again.
Well, the Astros are on the come, as Bo Pliny would say.
So much on the come
Braves.
today.
The Braves have been coming all season,
and now the Astros are on the come.
That's going to be the real mystery: is who is the next best team in the National League? The Braves look so much better than everybody else right now. Who would be that number 2 team?
Tell us, John. Who is it going to be?
I don't know.
Tell us.
No, I don't know.
Or is it the team that maybe you're wearing a hat for right now?
No.
And a jersey for right now?
I don't
and
know.
And maybe some boxers for.
My name's John Bishop, and I love Cody Bellinger.
Or is John a Briefs guy?
No, I'm just.
But he's a tidy whitey guy.
I'm
Mr. White.
I'm not saying the Cubs are that team.
But are you telling us what kind of underwear you have?
Nope, not telling you that either.
I wear boxers for the record.
Maybe like Cubs tidy whiteys.
Oh, yeah. Go Cubs.
Former Nebraska ball assistant coach Matt
Massey.
You were close, Nick.
I was close. Is joining Rick Pitino's staff at St. John's. Good move or great move?
I mean, considering that everything that he did before is now legal.
That's true.
I mean, we're still waiting for that USA Today article to come out. By the way.
Oh my gosh, I forgot
Remember
about
that
the
one?
USA Today article.
Oh, the USA Today is going to come out and have this big thing about Nebraska ball. And then Abdul Massey kind of disappeared. But yeah, now that NIL means now it's legal, I mean, he's got familiarity with the area because he worked there.
That's true.
At St. John's.
I'll say this about old Abdul Massey. I haven't heard a good word about that guy since he got fired or whatever happened. There are people, one phrase that people use to describe Rick Pitino: scumbag,
slimy.
I've heard those words used to describe Abdul Massey by people.
Well, as long as Pitino's got other people on the staff that can actually coach basketball, because that's not Abdul Massey's thing.
No, he doesn't coach. He just recruits.
His thing is in the player acquisition.
And he just does it all by himself.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Friend of the Grum, Steve Sipple, wonders if Cracker Barrel is to blame for Josh Fleek's weight gain. If you had a restaurant to blame for your weight gain, would it be Cracker Barrel?
It wouldn't. I haven't had Cracker Barrel since I was in college. I did enjoy my last experience there, John. You know that thing they call it egg in a basket, where they cut out a hole in a piece of bread and they cook it?
That's toad in a hole.
Egg in a basket. And then you put the egg in there.
I toad in a hole.
I had that.
It's called a toad in a hole. I don't
know.
know
You
why it's
also
called
get
a
the
toad in a
piece of bread, the little circle that they cut out. Very, very good. Very good.
I like the omelets.
The omelet. I haven't had an omelet from Cracker
The
Barrel.
hash brown casserole is really good.
Cracker Barrel omelets slap.
I gotta say, I don't have Cracker Barrel enough in my life.
I don't either.
The problem is it's on the whole opposite side of town.
Just
from us.
Stop on your way back home tonight.
Well, no, I'm not going to go to dinner there. If I'm going to do Cracker Barrel, I'd rather do
What if we
breakfast.
used all of our money from the swear jar
to go to Cracker Barrel?
Cracker Barrel meatloaf is
Yeah.
They do a nice job out there.
Wings. It'd be wings.
Well, it says a restaurant to blame.
Oh, would it be? Yeah, like a fried chicken. So there's one place, obviously. Two.
well, you would burn off all those calories by the time you got the next one.
That's the issue.
By starving
That's the
to death
issue
while
for
you
me.
wait for it.
Yeah. Oh, you jerk.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you, John.
It'd probably be like Chipotle. Cane's. Oh,
Cane's is a big
Dude,
one
I had
for
a
me.
strip from Cane's the other day. Very good.
How do you only have one?
Because I had already eaten lunch. She asked if I could bring her lunch. I brought it to her, and I had a
You
strip.
stole a strip?
No, she wanted extra toast. She was like, I only want 2 of the strips. So you trade out one of the strips for extra toast? And I was like, no, I'll take a strip and I'll just get you an extra piece of toast. So that's what I did.
I had Cane's last night.
Nice. You can afford Cane's?
You can afford Cane's, but you can't afford Jack's frozen pizza.
Once in a while. It's a once in a while thing for me.
Wow. Thomas says college weight gain was Crescent Moon. Current weight gain is home cooking because of my wife. Crescent
Yeah.
Moon, good stuff. All good food, Crescent Moon.
Next door doesn't help me much either.
Josh Fleeks is over from Texas. I'm guessing there's some Whataburger in there somewhere.
What's next door?
The
curly fries.
The curly fries.
Oh yeah. Again, how can you afford all these
good.
things?
Once in
Yeah.
a while. It's a once in a while thing.
Boy, it's happening often for a once in a while.
Yeah, sure is.
I haven't eaten there in a long time.
Sure is.
The moderately popular Nickelodeon Kids simulcast of NFL playoff games is coming for the Super Bowl. Yup, CBS and Nickelodeon will produce the first alternate Super Bowl broadcast featuring SpongeBob and friends, along with plenty of slime for the touchdowns. Will you think to watch?
No, I will not be watching unless, and we won't because he won't be coaching in the game, unless we get another wonderfully artist rendition of Mike McCarthy. Remember this from after the Frisco
I do. I
playoff
was
game?
very triggered.
I mean, it's really good because
he was mad. I was mad.
he was mad. And
I remember I poured my beer into a huge stock. It was just all this beer. I was really mad.
and then you threw it at Dak because that's what the Cowboy fans were doing after that game.
Man, that game sucked.
Yeah.
Will I watch? Absolutely not. Here's the thing that surprised me, that they're doing this now. This is going to open up the door for ESPN alternate telecasts when they get the Super Bowl in a few years.
Oh,
John,
certainly.
you'll get to sit and watch the Stephen A. Smith Super Bowl telecast.
Well, I
with Mike Wilbon.
Well, I won't.
And then they'll have the Peyton Manning one.
Well, I won't because I won't. But you're right. It will open the door. Now, of course, the catch in all of this is, in selling the advertising, that's one of the reasons why they don't like to do these mega casts is because the Super Bowl advertising is so lucrative. So that's the part of this I think will be very interesting.
My guess is it'll all just go into the same pot because what they'll do is they'll say that the viewership total for the Super Bowl was X. And so they won't set, I guess
Or
you
do
want to
they
do
sell them
Nickelodeon
separately?
specific advertising.
Yeah.
Because I guess you don't want a bunch of, Bud Light commercials on Nickelodeon for the kids. They're
Probably
gonna,
not.
Gonna have Toys R Us. Or,
Well, you
Toys R Us
definitely don't
doesn't
want
exist.
Bud Light commercials.
oh, here we go. Culture War John.
No, I'm just saying, the parents would be very tricked. Some parents in some places would be
they'd be
very
Nickelodeon
triggered.
is too woke for that.
Do we need to go back to woke court? All rise.
Canceled. Brock Purdy says his arm feels great as Frisco eases him back into camp. All signs point to Purdy, the better Purdy, being back as the starting quarterback in week 1. So where does this leave first-round pick Trey Lance and newly acquired Sam Darnold?
I mean,
The original Arnold Darnold.
Now, keep in mind, the NFL this year, you're going to be able to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster.
That's true.
So, as long as Lance is happy being a backup and Sam Darnold's happy being a backup, it would theoretically lead to a very deep quarterback room. I don't know if it's great in quality, especially with Trey Lance, who's been an abject failure.
John, I would say this. There are 2 unknowns in there and 1 known, and the 1 known is Sam Darnold, and he stinks. The other 2 guys are unknowns, in my opinion. One guy's super unknown because Trey Lance has played in like 1 football game in the last 3 or 4 years. The other is unknown because it was a very small sample size.
but he does have a playoff win. So
He has 2 playoff wins, in fact.
That's right. He does have 2 playoffs.
Sadly. What was the question? Where does this leave? I think they're going to trade Trey Lance, or they're going to try to trade him. What if they traded him to the Rams?
Like trade Lance.
Nice. John, thoughts on him getting traded to the Rams?
I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Because we already have 2 Georgia quarterbacks, and they're both performing well at camp.
Stetson Bennett.
ESPN has blown up their top NBA game crew. Jeff Van Gundy was already let go. Now Mark Jackson is gone. Will Doris Burke and Doc Rivers be a step up or a step down?
It's funny because I liked Van Gundy. I did not like Mark Jackson. So in a way, it's like a +1 and a -1, and so that equals even. I think Doc Rivers is fine. I do like Doris Burke. I think Doc Rivers, though, is overrated as a game analyst, and he hasn't called games for like almost 2 decades.
Well, this is why it's very chancy, because
he could bail very quickly. Go back to the
now.
league.
Sure, there'll be regular season games, and they'll be working together, so they'll get a chance to work out some of their chemistry. But it's not very often that you can just completely blow up a booth like this. Your number 1 booth.
Yeah, did you see the reason that they gave, apparently on background, for why they got rid of Van Gundy? They were worried that he was going to go back to the NBA to be a coach, even though he's called 17 NBA finals. And Doc Rivers, John, will probably last 1 single year before he goes back to the pros.
Yeah, no, this all smacks of BS to me.
Yeah, it smacks of the NBA did not like Van Gundy, and they were like, yeah, if you fire him, we wouldn't be mad about it. And I think they did.
Wow, the NBA just manipulating like a puppeteer. Sad.
It is sad.
Bet of the day to wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
DQ presents How to Fancy Up Any Occasion. Step 1, grab the caramel fudge cheesecake blizzard from DQ. Step 2, break out your fanciest sweatpants and park yourself in your comfiest chair. Step 3, kick back and bask in the luxury of salted caramel, rich fudge, and decadent cheesecake pieces blended in world-famous DQ soft serve. Fancy? Achieved. No formal wear required. DQ. Happy tastes good.
0.05 seconds. That's how long it takes users to form an opinion about a website. If you're unsure that your website meets today's standards, go to jmonline.com and book a call with an expert today. At JM Online, we redesigned our own website last year, a project that has already delivered us a positive ROI. From advanced micro interactions to a beautiful mobile design, check out what we're capable of at jmonline.com.
Paid for by Maxiderm Labs. Man, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance in the bedroom? If you're a 5, take it to 10. If you're a 10, why not take it up to 15? With Maxiderm Power Surge. Maxiderm's new Power Surge Red Pill makes you more potent than you or your partner ever imagined. It's like going from a sedan to a supercharged high-performance sports car, and it works fast. Just minutes. And now you can try it free. Just call 1-800-418-4697. If you thought being a 10 was great in the bedroom, just imagine what a 20 must be like. Experience off-the-scale virility with Maxiderm's new Red Pill Power Surge. You'll never want to go back to being just a 10. Call 1-800-418-4697 now to experience male enhancement supercharged. 1-800-418-4697 for your free trial and ask about our VIP club rewards. Hurry, this offer is limited. Call 1-800-418-4697.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And I'm going to hell for that.
The 1620, The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Yesterday, the bet of the day, I don't know. I think we might need to take it to woke court because it's getting canceled. John lost because the Braves effed him. Nick lost because the Braves also effed him.
Or like the cowards.
America effed me. The women drew last night.
What did the women draw?
Hey, John, stop it.
A big L, John.
Minus 410. Nice, Nick.
I'm going
back to soccer because I can't quit it. I'm going with a 3-team parlay.
I can't quit you.
Give me Italy.
Mamma mia.
And the Mamma Mia. Give me Sweden. And give me Brazil. Plus 220. Let's go.
I'm going to stick with an American sport played by Americans.
What's that?
It's called American baseball. The Texas.
That's a band.
I'm going with a Texas two-step tonight. Houston and Texas. Those are different teams, not one city. The Astros and the Rangers plus 125.
Nicholas.
I'm going to go with baseball also. The Pirates, the Angels, and the Astros. Somehow plus 732.
Well, it's because the Angels are playing the Braves.
Uh-huh.
That's
probably why.
Better day!
Iowa.
Well, speaking of baseball, we will hear about all of the trades. We're going to break every one of them down, all umpteen of them.
Every trade.
Mike Farron will join us. Also, Mike Schaefer. Also, another Mitch Holtis training camp report.
Uh-oh.
And tomorrow, does he get the final punch on the punch card? Stephen M. Sipple. If he shows up on time tomorrow,
it's Oriental chicken salad day.
Then it's Oriental chicken salads for all my men, or at least for Sip. I probably won't have the Oriental chicken salad. I'll have whatever else they pull out of the Applebee's microwave.
And here's what I'm going to do, too. I'm going to try to figure out when he first said that. I want to see if we can find when Sip first mentioned Oriental chicken salad. I bet I can find it really fast, really fast. How much time do we have, Nick?
Not much.
Almost 30 seconds.
All right. I'm going to.
Because I could have swore, I know we pulled the drop because we had it for a while and then God knows what happened.
Let's see if I can find it.
It got kneeled.
The only time you ever tweeted it was on June 11th, 2022, and you just said hashtag never forget Oriental chicken salad. So I don't think it was then.
Well, it could have been.
I guess it could have been.
You'll have to look it up. Yep. All right. It's raining out there now.
What? Again?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm not going to go frolf.
Welcome to Seattle, friends.
How could you afford that?
See you tomorrow.
Bye.